Iran-U.S. relations are looking murkier than the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Last week, Trump signed a peace agreement in Versailles, which means we won. Don't look it up. And then he's like, we're opening the strait, which I'm pretty sure has been said before in Pride Month. For whatever reason, J.D. Vance helped broker the deal. Yeah, they sent J.D. Vance, a.k.a. the Pope Killer, to go vibe with Iran. And then J.D. Vance did an interview when he came back, and they're like, J.D., you guys brokered this peace agreement, and you said it would be an end to conflict on all fronts. Do you think Israel might not abide by that in Lebanon? He's like, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. It'll be totally fine. I feel like the United States is like a dog owner. It's like, don't worry, he won't bite. No, he's very friendly. He won't bite. And then, if the United States was a responsible dog owner, we'd be like, not safe. Not safe. Except it's the other way around, and we're the dog, actually. It's actually kind of... And then Israel bombs Lebanon. Shocking. And then J.D. Vance was like, how did that happen? It's like, how did you not see that coming through your eyeliner? You know? So then they send him back to Switzerland. He's like, all right, Iran, don't worry, we're going to sort this out. They're like, you said. He's like, no. All right, guys, let's be civil, okay? We're big governments, you know, we're talking. We're going to make peace. We're going to work this out. Everything's going to be fine. Meanwhile, Trump's on Truth Social like, I'm going to bomb the out of you guys. They're like, what the is that? He's like, oh, it's nothing. You guys are on Truth Social? Why? I didn't know you guys are on. Thought you're more of like the Twitter guys, I thought. But he's like, everything's fine. Don't worry. He's calm. It's fine. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards! He's like, we have a mutual respect for each other. He's like, praise be to Allah! Praise be to Allah! And he's like, don't worry. And he's just his style of negotiating. And Trump's like, Argh! It's fine. Israel's going to follow the order. Israel's like, he's like, don't worry. Hezbollah's going to find. Hezbollah's like, you too and your couch, JD. JD's like, everything's going to be fine. Trump's like, Argh! Israel's like, Argh! And then Iran's on the football field here in LA. Like, how are these people all normal? Like, what is going on? And then the U.S. is watching the Iranian players like, why do they not have uranium? Like, what is that? And that's when you realize that the people are never like the governments. You know what I mean? That's the truth. The people of the world are not their governments. And all of these countries are divided and we all have our own national anthems, but really all people of the world should have their own national anthem for their government, and it's Kendrick Lamar's They Not Like Us. That's what it is. They Not Like Us. They're probably with A minor. Okay, all right.
And all right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got to go ahead and catch up on about a day of news. So let's go ahead and get right into it because we got some updates on the Iran war. And then, of course, we got some updates on Trump's Supreme Court wins and losses, guys. So let's get right into it with Fox News. All right, guys. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen on your way in. And oh, hold on, man. Shout out to Dead Man and my man Gold Leader. Hey, appreciate you guys for pulling up.
Thanks. I want to get to this now. Hostilities appear to be halting in the Middle East. President Trump saying that negotiations with Iran will resume tomorrow in Doha, Qatar. This comes after both countries traded intense strikes over the weekend, starting at the end of last week. Alex Hogan has more. North Lawn, the White House. What are you hearing, Alex? Good morning.
Hi, Bale. So a U.S. official tells me that Iran and the U.S. will stand down on attacks. Vessels in the Strait of Hormuz can move freely, and technical talks on the Memorandum of Understanding will continue. President Trump this morning announced.
Oh, guys, and if you've been under a rock, remember, these attacks started off mainly because, well, a ship decided to go outside of the designated route that Iran has set. And because that ship went out that designated route, it got hit by a drone. Now, what the United States wanted to do was show that, well, Iran doesn't actually have that much control over the strait, but sadly they do. So we set off strikes, or the CENTCOM or the U.S. CENTCOM committed strikes to ports on Iran that could, inhibit their ability to launch drones. Now, did that work? Somewhat. But what did Iran respond by doing? By start attacking, I believe, Kuwait and Bahrain. And it started attacking U.S. bases, of course, and civilian infrastructure in those regions. I mean, there's a picture going around on social media of, what was that? I believe it was a home that was completely decimated. But we'll get into that one later, guys.
That there will be a meeting in Doha tomorrow, saying that Iran has requested it, but Iranian officials today deny that any meetings are scheduled yet.
Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be flying to Doha for high-level meetings this week as we continue to discuss the Memorandum of Understanding. On the sidelines of those high-level talks will be the technical talks.
This weekend, the U.S. military carried out strikes in Iran after Iranian attacks on vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran then targeted U.S. military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. But
I'm not gonna lie, I do believe this was this is just my wild theory, guys, but I do believe it was a false flag. And the reason why I believe it was because, like, what was it? 48 hours before this fleet, or before this vessel decided to go off path and try to take another route, all the other ships was abiding by what Iran was telling them to do. They was going through that passage. They was paying that toll. For some reason, this ship decides to go outside of that and invoke a drone strike. And now what? We're popping off over a vessel, like not a U.S. vessel, a cargo ship, sure, but it's not ours, and it's not one of our military assets. So why do we commit to such extensive strikes, over a vessel?
Officials say that every attack was intercepted or failed. We've heard Iranian officials in the last couple days argue that Tehran still controls the strait. UN Ambassador Mike Waltz pushing back on those comments and the idea of Iranian tolls in the waterway.
President Trump's not going to stand for it. And meanwhile, we continue to move ships out by the dozens every day. And world oil prices are not just stable, they're dropping.
So we are seeing those prices continue to drop. AAA says that the daily national average is now at $3.86. Meantime, we're also hearing now from the White House telling Fox that Secretary of State.
You can't be mad at that, guys. And like I said, as soon as this war stops, as soon as the strait resumes opening, gas prices are going to fall down precipitously. But here's the problem. That's if we can keep it open. That's if Iran and the United States can play nice. And as you see, that is actually a huge problem right now. Huge one. But hopefully things settle down. But, as things go, America popped off in Iran because of the cargo ship. Now Iran wants to go ahead and start striking U.S.-linked targets in Bahrain and Kuwait. And now we're over here trying to, settle things in Doha. Qatar. Crazy how things are working out right now.
Marco Rubio and Witkoff will have a briefing to tell the full House and Senate about the latest on this peace plan. Again, that taking place later this afternoon. Bill?
Alex, thanks. Alex Hogan watching all that from the White House. Thank you. Dana?
And joining us now is a very patient former Navy SEAL, Jack Carr. He's also the host of the Fox Nation special, Jack Carr Investigates Carlos the Jackal, which I would love to see. You sat through with us while we did all the Supreme Court stuff, but we want to talk to you about Iran. This from the Institute for the Study of War.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing that like button, depending on how you're watching. And if you have any questions, comment, jokes, disagreements, feel free to super chat it in.
Iran strikes may reflect an Iranian effort to dissuade the Gulf states from resisting Iranian control over the strait. I think that seems pretty true, right? That's the leverage they have?
Well, we have to remember we came into 2026 on a win with Venezuela. We had a couple other small special operations focused wins leading up to that. We had last summer where we were told that the nuclear ambitions and facilities in Iran were destroyed, really probably degraded though. Language is important. Precision in language reflects precision in thought. So we move into this where we think we have about a 30-day window here where we can force Iran to the negotiating table and to achieve the goals that we want, which is no more nuclear weapons, no more ballistic missile capability, and no more support for proxy terrorist organizations, namely Hezbollah. We don't have all of that yet.
Here's the problem. We can get the whole, let's make sure they never get a nuclear weapon. That's feasible. They were kind of already dedicated to that. But what we can't get is the stopping of the funding of proxies. And we also can't get a containment on their ballistic missiles. That's just not happening unless we just overthrow, the IRGC. And if we can't do that, then we just got to move on to what they're willing to talk about. And that's the opening of the strait and their enrichment. And you see how Trump kind of changed his tone to back. And I like how he kind of went back to this position, because I ain't gonna lie, the other position was asinine. So remember, he started off with Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now it was, and all of a sudden he switched it to, what was it? Iran cannot enrich uranium, like AKA F their sovereignty. And now because we can't get that, it's back to Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, which I'm actually happy about. Like I said, it's more feasible.
We move into these new negotiations. So from the viewer perspective, it seems like we're seeing the same things that we saw last month. And the question is, will we see these same things in July? Will we see these same things?
Yeah, how do you break the cycle?
Exactly. How do you break that cycle when Iran is very good at doing what they do with stalling and
Jack,
delaying?
do you think we can get to that point? Like, is there a forcing mechanism on the leaders in Iran where they will say, okay, you've got a deal?
That's what we're going to find out here if we go through enough of the leadership till we get to someone, to a group of people that will let us achieve those goals. And we don't know yet. If we look at the past 40 years, it doesn't look like that is a very achievable goal, but we don't know. This is a new era of
60
warfare.
60 days
so
could go to 90, 90 could go to 120.
But whatever it is, it can't, the end result of these negotiations can't hinge on trust, because if the past tells us anything, we cannot trust that Iran will not continue to support Hezbollah. We cannot trust that they will not continue to develop this nuclear capability and this ballistic missile capability. So any negotiation cannot be reliant on trust.
I mean, wait, what? I'm sorry, but just think about what he just said there. No, this negotiation cannot be relying on trust, but I mean, we're going to need trust to get this negotiation done. Actually, we need trust to even get it started. So, I mean, bro, like I said, unless we're willing to topple the entire regime, which we have not done, then yeah, we actually do got to trust Iran. Sadly, we got to negotiate with the terrorists because we have not been able to topple them or release their control over the Strait. Remember, the Strait is only open off Iran's good grace, off them coming to the table and negotiating a ceasefire and a peace deal. That's the only reason why it's open. It's not because of military might. And if it was, we would not be here.
For sure.
And I'm sure that the Gulf nations are saying, like, we cannot have a situation where this goes on forever. And the question about Iran being able to levy a fee or whatever they're going to call it, should that be out of bounds? Would you say that that should absolutely not be allowed?
I think we've said that already. So now we have to follow up on what we said. And we have
the thing, though. I get it. I don't want it to be allowed. But here's the problem, though. What are we going to do about it? Is either we go back into war, we try to topple the IRGC, or we allow them to control the Strait, or well, not control. Well, yeah, control. They use the word administer, but let's be real. Like, let's not throw sugar on it, guys. It's like they're controlling the Strait, and the way they're controlling it is administering a route that Loki's closer to Iranian waters that they're making the vessels go through, so they can charge them this toll. But here's the problem, though. What can we do about it? Like, and if we're not willing to go back to war, then there's really nothing we can do. And I mean, here's the thing. I don't want to go back to war. We're kind of effed in this situation. And trust me, I know you don't want to hear that, but that's just the savage reality. And Trump kind of already exposed our hand. Remember, he came out to the world and pretty much said that our strategic oil reserves are at a critical low. We only got 4 weeks left. AKA, if we get back into it with Iran, we literally got 4 weeks until we start seeing $6-10 gas. And do anybody really want to deal with that? Of course not. And I don't blame you.
Use terms like unconditional surrender. So now not just the populace here in the United States, but the world is looking at that. And when I say the world, more specifically, I'm meaning Russia, China, and North Korea are looking at that. Can we back up that rhetoric with action to get the end political result that we want?
Can you put a percentage as of this hour, on this day of this week, what the chances of us going back to war with Iran are?
Well, I think we're going to see more of what we saw in the last couple of months, which is what we saw over the weekend. But once again, we can't predict the future. But I would say if we look at the past and then use that as wisdom to look towards the future, we'll see more of that in the months to come.
What does a Jack Carr do on the 4th of July?
That is a
How
good
do you
question.
celebrate?
That was a big question in our household because this is a big one, of course.
Yes.
And I'll keep that secret. I might post from there because sometimes it's like New Year's, you build it up too much.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be a good one.
Have a good one.
I think so. All right, now let's go get over to the left side of media with CNN and let's see what they're talking about. Iran ceasefire back on for now after Bahrain and Kuwait struck. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Because guys, I ain't glad it is a bit concerning. Because once again, Trump is kind of proven wrong. Because let's be real, these guys have an air defense system. They have a missile defense system that once again Iran is kind of overwhelmed. And what does Trump keep telling us? Oh, like they're on their last few missiles, guys. They're on 22%. Then our intelligence come out and say, no, sadly, they're actually at 70. So, we actually got to deal with that. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back into it. And here's the thing, like they're proving that they actually do have a substantial amount of missiles. I mean, they're overwhelming missile defense systems across the Middle East, guys. What else do you need to see? But all right, then. Oh, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support and subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
Putting more pressure. Another round of fresh attacks between the U.S. and Iran is putting more pressure on the 2-week-old fragile ceasefire between the two countries. Late Saturday, the U.S. launched 10 new strikes on Iranian military targets in or near the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command said the strikes hit Iran's military infrastructure, air defense sites, and drone storage facilities. Iran retaliated by launching missiles and drones against U.S. facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait. Bahrain's government shared these images of a residential building it says was damaged in that Iranian strike.
Let's go now to CNN's Paul Hancock, who's following developments from Abu Dhabi. Paul, it's good to see you. What else, I should ask, are officials from the White House saying after this exchange of fire over the weekend?
Well, Polo, it really was one of the most serious escalations in violence that we've seen between the US and Iran since that memorandum of understanding was signed. It appears now, though, that the US is certainly pulling back. They say that both sides are pulling back, but we are yet to hear from Iran suggesting that talks can continue in Doha on Tuesday. So I'll read you part of what one.
The only reason why talks are back on is because the Gulf countries are really pressing for this like ceasefire, guys. Are really pressing for this peace deal. And the reason why I say the Gulf countries, because I'm like, guys, look, the memorandum of understanding. Who's giving up the most to get this deal through? Because it really ain't us. At the end of the day, a lot of people think it's us, but it's not. Bro, the Gulf countries are giving up $300 billion for reconstruction and economic stability in Iran. Like, they're the ones really pushing for this. They're the ones trying to sweeten the deal for Iran at the end of the day. So the only reason why we're even like trying to settle things with Iran is because of the Gulf countries and the fact that the Gulf countries are the ones that are most in danger here.
U.S. official has told us, saying, quote, nothing has been cancelled. Technical talks regarding the implementation of the MOU, the memorandum, are on track for the coming days as planned. And deconfliction channels are up and running after the Lake Lucerne summit. That was the summit just about 10 days ago now, where the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was there. So as far as the U.S. is concerned, the talks are on track, which we could see this week. But we certainly saw a significant amount of tit-for-tat attacks between the U.S. and Iran. We saw attacks from Iran as well on what they said was U.S. military targets in the region. We did see, for example, a residential building that had severe damage in Bahrain. We know in Kuwait they were also having to intercept missiles and drones. So it was a significant escalation over recent days. The main sticking point, it appeared to be from Thursday, was when the U.S. claimed that Iran had targeted a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen that the numbers of vessels trying to transit that very crucial area of water have been severely lessened because of the concerns of this escalation. In fact, Saturday there were 28 vessels, Sunday just a dozen vessels. Compare that to last Wednesday, that when there were more than 70. So it's certainly having a knock-on effect there. We also have been hearing from people in Iran about what they think about the situation at this point. Let's listen.
My belief is that they should never have halted. Even if there is a pause now, it is undoubtedly a political posture, and we will soon see renewed attacks. The scale and levels are not predictable, but they will certainly continue.
In my view, it should be firmer than before. It should be done in a way that teaches them a lesson, so they do not allow themselves to come back and repeat the same actions.
And the other key sticking point, of course, Lebanon.
Yeah, and that's the people of Tehran. I mean, that's that sentiment in Iran. I know you guys think that we're out here liberating them, but really we're enraging them to pretty much go against us. And I mean, what do you think was going to happen? We started attacking their country. I mean, there's a rally around the flag event after that. And of course, we killed the supreme leader. So that's an even bigger rally around the flag.
Hearing from Iran that they are calling for a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, something which Israel says it will not do.
Talks in general over Iran's nuclear program are really up in the air and being tested following this fresh round of strikes. Where would you say things are today?
Well, Kate, I think we have an agreement to keep the strait open as a gateway to eventually getting to nuclear talks, to your point. And I think we're still kind of at phase one of what does this agreement mean? And if I had to summarize what happened in the last 72, 96 hours, there's a principle, the Iranians especially hold it, you talk and you fight. And what we saw here this weekend was Iran reads this MOU on the Strait of Hormuz to say, we say what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, ships will go through, but we actually determine what happens there. Their foreign minister actually said that this weekend, kind of what the MOU says.
Yeah.
The U.S. says no, it should be unimpeded. It should go back to pre-war.
See, I'm all right, great. He read the MOU because so did I. I'm just like, bro, in the MOU, it says that low-key Iran will be administering the strait. I mean, what the hell you think they were talking about? Like what? Just administering the opening of the strait? No, bro, they're going to administer the tolling of the strait as well. That was the problem. That's when I was reading. I was like, yo, what the F is this? And everybody was like, no, said it's a dub. Trump's always winning. And I'm like, well, how is this winning? And if you don't understand it, let's look into this. I'm going to go ahead and play this video so you guys have a decent understanding of the memorandum of understanding in case you haven't really read it yourself. Here you go.
Trump just folded to Iran. No, he signed a 14-point agreement to stop the war for 60 days while negotiations take place. Let's go through each one. Remember, Trump says we got into this war to end Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Well, the opening point has nothing to do with any of our concerns, but it has to do with one of Iran's top concerns, which is stopping Israel's attack on Lebanon. Point 1 is about terminating military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, which goes to number 2. The U.S. and Iran must agree to respect each other's sovereignty. And then 3 is just the commitment to negotiate and achieve a final deal in 60 days. We'll see about that. Even they say it's extendable. But number 4 is another thing for us to do. The U.S. must immediately remove its naval blockade, which must be fully done in 30 days. And then 30 days after the final deal, our forces must leave proximity of Iran. Yeah, and in exchange, number 5 is Iran will open up the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial traffic will start immediately as Iran will start demining the strait and talk to Oman about future services there. Notice the strong language in number 4. The U.S. will fully end their naval blockade in 30 days. But for Iran, they must just make their best efforts for safe passage through the strait because they put up a bunch of mines, so that language just reflects reality. And then number 6, here's where it gets interesting. The U.S. will undertake with partners a plan to invest at least $300 billion of reconstruction and economic development dollars in Iran. And then if that wasn't enough, number 7, the U.S. must terminate all types of sanctions against Iran, so we're paying them $300 billion and taking off all sanctions. This is the most one-sided deal ever. Okay, you're being a little deceptive by reading steps 6 and 7 and pretending that step number 8 doesn't exist, which is Iran saying they will never have a nuke and they must come to an agreement with us to dispose of its stockpile of enriched uranium. Even this part seems to be written by the Iranians. The two parties must also agree to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters relating to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs. So now we're going to fulfill Iran's nuclear needs? You're twisting. Let me translate this. In the next 60 days, Iran must agree to verifiably dispose of their nuclear stockpile and enrichment capabilities. Maybe then can we discuss options for them to have civilian nuclear material, but only after a verified agreement on nuclear do they then get sanctions relieved. And only then do they make the nuclear concessions. And if Iran agrees to a broader deal in 60 days, do they get the $300 billion, which will come in the form of willing private sector investments from the Gulf countries. Again, that only happens if Iran is verifiably nuke free. So Trump went from fighting for investments in America to investments in Iran. Got it. Well, you criticized him either way. And then number 9 just says until a final deal, the status quo around nuclear and sanctions must remain. Well, not all sanctions, because number 10 says immediately. So even before a final deal, the U.S. will issue waivers for the exports of Iranian oil. So they give up nothing for their sanctioned oil to be back on the free market. And then 11, we must also immediately make frozen or restricted Iranian funds and assets fully available for use. And then 12 just creates a mechanism to monitor compliance. But then 13 says before the final deal negotiations start, first the ceasefire, the blockade removal, the Strait of Hormuz opening, the Iranian oil waiver, and the asset release provisions must happen first. So they get to sell their oil and get assets released even before negotiations. Why is it so one-sided? Why are our big commitments before negotiations, but theirs aren't? Well, they have to immediately open up the Strait of Hormuz, and this agreement fails to recognize that we destroyed Iran's conventional military. This has the backing of our European and Gulf allies. Trump is making the tough decision to end a war and move to diplomacy. What do you want? More war? I'm just saying, this agreement does not look like we won. Let's wait till the final agreement. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah, do you see the problem here? That does not sound like a winning agreement, like at all. But hey, some people have a different opinion.
And Iran used force late last week, using a drone to hit a ship that was not using its route. And then the U.S. responded with military force to say, hey, we're going to ensure there's unimpeded access. So it's using military force to shape the diplomacy and what this MOU actually says. Kate, I think this is the new normal in terms of where we are. You'll see these flare-ups. I think they'll remain contained because you do have this diplomatic.
Hey, and shout out my man Michael for sending a laughing disco. And all right, guys, let's get right back to it. And guys, remember, any support $2 and up gets you a celebration.
path. But to your point on the nuclear agreement, that's a very long way off. I mean, I just don't see that coming together anytime soon. At the same time, Iran right now is not enriching uranium because of the military strikes a year ago, last summer, which were, I think, probably more effective than this current campaign. So that's where we are. Contested domain in the Strait of Hormuz. There's a diplomatic path, but the nuclear talks, that's still way down the road.
Yeah, and Colonel, I want to get your take, because what the president says this morning, they're asking for talk, but what the president has been trying to project is he's written over and over again things like there are no tolls, no insurance costs, no other charges of any kind are going to be sought or received by Iran on ships traveling through the strait. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran clearly is at least looking to have a different view on this, reporting now that the Islamic Republic estimates that charging for security, safety, and environmental services in the strait would bring in $40 billion a year in revenue for states involved, according to the officials familiar with the matter. The idea, if implemented,
basically $20 billion for Iran and $20 billion for Oman,
would give Tehran cash flow and control that it did not command before the war. And Brett said it, but it is the question. If this is the new normal, a different type of new normal, what does it mean for the Middle East and the West?
Iran's a real player now?
Well, it means quite a few things, Kate. And actually, you can extend the meaning.
Like, bro, the IRGC is now a solidified. I mean, bro, they're solidified government now. They are now a solidified power in the Middle East. And if we do anything to kind of mess that up, they're willing to take out the entire Middle East. Sadly, Iran has grown too strong without a nuke. Without an effing nuke somehow. Why? Because they have leverage in that area. I mean, guys, remember, there's deep sea internet cables that they can cut. There's water desalination centers that they can blow up. Energy plants or refineries that they can blow to smithereens. Do you understand the leverage that they have there right now that we cannot defend against? This is why escalating things with Iran wouldn't be in our best interest.
Not only to the Middle East and the West, but really to the entire world, because the potential is there that this is going to change the way in which commerce is conducted. Up until this point, the United States has stood for freedom of navigation, especially through areas like the Strait of Hormuz, choke points that are in several places around the world, where it's basically a naturally occurring phenomenon where you have to go through. It's not a canal like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, but a naturally occurring phenomenon. So the principle has been that there would be no tolls charged through areas like that, even if it's controlled by just a couple of states. So that is something that if that changes, and if Iran gets those $40 billion or whatever it ends up getting, that could be a huge change, not only economically, but also geopolitically, because the U.S. Navy's mission.
Here's the thing. A lot of people don't even know that Iran's already getting money all right, let me explain how Iran is already getting money, because like I said, a lot of people really didn't read the memorandum of understanding and understand what we've done here. Like, guys, we gave $12 billion to Iran just to pull up to the talk. Like, that's it. Just to pull up to the talks, we gave them $12 billion in sanction relief, not taxpayer dollars, but sanction relief, aka their own money. And then we're going to give another $12 billion at the end of it. So they've already got $12 billion off of us. And let's talk about the potential earnings of the temporary sanction relief on their oil and petrochemicals. Like, do you understand how much money they're going to be making here now? They can sell their oil into the global market with American dollars. I mean, that's a lot of money that's going to be flowing into Iran, guys. But I mean, guess what? There is a benefit. There is a benefit for the U.S. citizens. I mean, you may not like it. It may not be the most patriotic thing to say right now, but there may be Iranian oil coming to a gas station near you. And it will bring down gas prices. Why? Because now we got the Strait of Hormuz oil release, and then we got Iran throwing their oil into the global market as well. So that actually works out for us, because that'll bring down prices, because now there's more oil circulating in the supply chain.
One of them has been to secure freedom of navigation through those areas.
You know, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, Brett, was asked in a recent interview about his statements. You know, he's called the war the worst foreign policy blunder on record. And I'm going to play his perspective on why he thinks this. Let me play this.
You said America lost the credible threat of force, which is another way of saying that President Trump's threats to return to bombing are empty threats?
I don't know if they're empty threats because you can certainly return to bombing. But the fact is that a medium-sized power at this point is perceived to have fought a superpower to a draw, requiring some measure of accommodation of we, the superpower.
Yeah.
And we spent $29 billion and we have 13 Americans.
No, well, $25 to $50 billion, about 13 to 16 Americans dead, about hundreds injured. I mean, and what do we get out of this? Like, really nothing. Like I said, pretty much we're retreating. We're allowing Iran to pretty much control the strait. They're getting sanction relief, and we're accommodating, well, pretty much the enemy. Like, let's just keep it real. We're accommodating Iran. I mean, what does that tell you? And I know, my MAGA guys want to sit here and hold on strong, but sadly, this does look like a loss.
Americans dead.
Brett, is that a lesson from this so far?
I think the perception right now, including in the Middle East, is that Iran came out of this with more advantage than we did. And going into the war, Iran was perceived to be in its weakest position since the 79 revolution. You had the uprisings, you had the effective military campaign last summer, which was very different than this one. So that is the perception. But I have to say, last week, Iran was taking a victory lap. We control the strait, Lebanon, we kind of have sovereign say over what happens. And they were tripped up a little bit late last week, both by the U.S. demonstrating, hey, we're going to actually have a say. We're willing to use force to enforce our understanding of the Strait of Hormuz. And then in Lebanon, the Lebanese government.
Here's the problem, though. We don't have a say over the Strait of Hormuz, sadly, or in Lebanon. Like, yeah, Rubio. I thought Rubio came in clutch, but sadly he didn't. He went over there and he was able to broker a peace deal or some type of like ceasefire between the Lebanese people and Lebanon and Israel. But here's the problem, though. The main people we got to deal with here is Hezbollah, not Lebanon. Which, I mean, let's be real. Hezbollah is a party in their parliament, but it doesn't consist of all of Lebanon. Like, let's just keep it real. And the problem is that because we're not including Hezbollah, these deals will never really manifest. Like, they're not going to go nowhere. Why? Because main people we're fighting, we're telling the weaker force to disarm them. And here's a problem. The Lebanese army is the weaker force. The Hezbollah is a more formidable army or more formidable fighting force than the Lebanese army. So when we're telling these guys to disarm them, I'm sorry, but you literally have to pop off a civil war to disarm Hezbollah. They have people support, government political support, and military support. So we actually do have to include in Hezbollah in these conversations. I know you want to sit there and say, oh, but they're a terrorist group. Yes, okay, great. But they're also a political party. Well, and a military force.
Government said, hey, we're sovereign over our territory, and they negotiated an agreement with Israel with, I think, very good diplomacy by the State Department, which kind of undercuts some of what Iran believes is in the MOU for its influence in Lebanon. So bottom line, this has a ways to play out. I wouldn't just kind of take a snapshot now and say it's locked in place. But yeah, that is the perception as we talk here this morning.
Greg Carlstrom is a Middle East correspondent for The Economist. He joins us now live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Greg, it's very great to have you here on the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Wanted to get your thoughts on where we are at this moment, the state of play. We have a Trump official saying that the U.S. and Iran will stand down for now, this after a fresh exchange of strikes. But what is your take on the situation and whether the ceasefire is actually holding?
I think there are two lessons that we can take from what's happened over the past few days. First, I do think the deal, by and large, will continue to hold. I think, what did we see? Since Thursday, we saw the U.S. carry out fairly limited military strikes on targets in southern Iran that they had bombed earlier in the war, and we saw the Iranians carry out a fairly limited attack on Bahrain and Kuwait. So there are some guardrails here. Yes, they're exchanging fire, but it's within limits. And I think it's clear that both sides, at least for now, don't want the war to resume in full force. That's one lesson. The other one, though, is that Iran is still determined to try and exercise control over the Strait of Hormuz. That was always going to be difficult to do in peacetime, because what closed the strait during the war was the threat of Iranian attack. And once those attacks stop, obviously that sense of risk starts to dissipate. So what we saw Iran do on Thursday with this attack on a Singapore-flagged container ship, I think was meant to reinforce that.
Really? So basically, we struck Iran over a Singapore vessel. Like I said, that makes no sense. It should have just went through the normal passageway, paid that toll, and we wouldn't be in this situation. I know a lot of you guys don't like to hear that, but let's be real. We're popping off we were popping off rockets pretty much over a Singapore vessel. Like, make that make sense. Not a U.S. vessel. Shit, I get they're an ally. Sure, they're an ally, but come on now, they should have known better.
Sense of risk. And we now know that Iran is still willing to attack ships that are not coordinating with it as they sail through the strait. We also know that America is not going to do too much in retaliation. And so I think that's going to have a detrimental effect on traffic going through the strait, which was only just beginning to recover.
Yeah, you believe that the deal will hold, that Iran will continue to assert its control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that traffic flows will be impacted. Because on top of everything you discussed just now, the threat of Iranian missiles, drones, and mines, that is still there. And then you also had this scenario with these 3 separate shipping routes that have emerged. This is getting pretty chaotic, no?
Yep.
Right. So you have 3 ways normally to go in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. You have the traditional routes, which go roughly through the middle of the strait. They're in Omani territorial waters. Those are thought to be mined. And so vessels are avoiding that center route for now. That leaves either the northern route, which goes through Iranian waters, where passage has to be coordinated with the IRGC, and the southern route, which is also in Omani waters. Which is something that the U.S. has been trying to promote. Also, the International Maritime Organization, which is the UN's maritime agency, has been encouraging vessels stranded in the Gulf to use that southern route because they can do it freely. They don't have to coordinate with the Iranian government to do it.
That was a dumb move then. It's like basically you're getting those guys shot because Iran is going to send that drone or missile over to those vessels. So, yeah, basically the UN is basically getting these guys shot up. And here's the problem. If they're going to keep doing that, I mean, shoot, they better pay for the damages. I mean, don't blame us for that. We didn't tell them to go through there. They did, okay? We knew Iran was going to start throwing drones. Apparently, the UN didn't. But, all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. Let's get into a little bit of Lebanon because, like I said, it doesn't look like this ceasefire is going to go anywhere if we can't get any ground on Lebanon. Or we just agree to let Israel and Hezbollah just duke it out. But all right, though, let's get into it.
Back to the Middle East, where Trey Yanks is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the war front. Hey, Trey.
Tel Aviv.
You guys are making me miss the United States, and we're tracking developments out of the Middle East today. The United States conducting a new round of strikes against Iran in response to the IRGC targeting shipping vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. According to U.S. Central Command, a variety of different targets were hit, including military surveillance sites, radar systems, communication systems, drone storage facilities, and mine layer capabilities. Now, the president posted a Truth Social shortly after the strike saying United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Again, it is very possible that they will never learn. The president goes on to say there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. If the end result, excuse me, guys, but if the end result of Operation Epic Fury is this, I can't call that successful. Like, really? We put all that money, all that munition into Operation Epic Fury, and we get Iran controlling the strait. They're getting sanction relief also off their oil and petrochemicals, and again $300 billion from the Gulf countries. I mean, I don't know if we can call Operation Epic Fury successful. Like, I can't really sit there in good conscience and say that. Sorry, guys.
longer exist. Now, in response, Iran launched missiles and drones toward Kuwait and Bahrain. This was the second exchange of fire this weekend between the United States and Iran. Vice President J.D. Vance posted to X over the weekend saying Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the MOU is being applied, they can pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence. The new military action comes as the situation between Israel and Hezbollah plays out on a separate but parallel front. The Israelis launched new airstrikes against Hezbollah this weekend as Hezbollah continued attacks against
and the propaganda around this is outrageous. Here's the problem, guys. Like, look, nobody, well, I don't know if anybody in the chat do, but I sure as hell don't support Hezbollah. But here's the problem with this whole conflict with Israel and Hezbollah. The problem is that Israel attacked Lebanon first, and they broke a ceasefire with Hezbollah. And they've done it multiple times, and honestly, Hezbollah hasn't responded to most of those times. But, well, Israel F around and found out today, or really a couple months ago. So here's the problem here. You can't really claim victimhood when, you struck the country first and you're setting up military buffer zones, basically taking parts of their land to protect yourselves. I mean, that's what Israel love to do, take buffer zones, and then all of a sudden they're just putting up settlements. So here's the problem. As long as Israel's trying to do that, Hezbollah will always be a problem for them. And it doesn't seem like it's a problem they can take care of alone. I mean, guys, it's like their third time going at Hezbollah. And the last two times they were kicked out by Hezbollah. So let's see how this works for them.
Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, killing at least one soldier overnight. Late last week, there was a diplomatic breakthrough in Washington as the Israelis...
Now, Gold, that's the problem. Israel's been striking, come on, Gold. Who started this? Israel or Hezbollah? Well, let me tell you, Israel started it. Israel started in the 80s when they attacked southern Lebanon to try to push out the PLO. But here's the problem. In their aggressive push out of the PLO, they created Hezbollah. Why? Because they was getting a bit too aggressive in the area, and they were destroying, once again, like Shia Muslims and Christian villages, just like today for some reason. And they created the very terrorists that they're fighting today. And even now, you can look this up. Israel's broken a ceasefire with Hezbollah over 40 times. So, like I said, you can't sit there and say they started it first when they've sat there under a ceasefire, not responded to Israel. And Israel's broke the ceasefire multiple times, especially, I would say this, especially even after the ceasefire they engaged in after October 7th. Because I'll give you this one. Hezbollah did attack them first for what they were doing in Gaza. But there was a ceasefire after. So that doesn't mean that Israel have the right to just break ceasefires and then claim victimhood.
And Lebanese signed a framework agreement aimed at normalizing ties between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah.
These were intense talks, difficult talks, but we arrived at an agreement, the framework agreement, which will allow for the achievement of a full peace agreement between our two countries.
The situation in Lebanon is stabilizing slightly, but there are questions about if the United States and Iran will enter into scheduled technical talks this week due to the exchange of fire this weekend. Guys?
Thank you, Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
Here's the problem. Israel has not stopped firing off on Lebanon. Yeah, ceasefire basically broken again. And that's the problem. Like, Hezbollah pretty much came out and said it was null and void, and they didn't recognize the ceasefire in the first place. And then once Hezbollah said that, well, Israel went ahead and conducted a pretty big strike on them. Like, let me see here if I can find the footage, because, bro, this is like a crazy strike.
It's a popular ceasefire or MOU. 67% of Americans want this to end. So hopefully we'll find a solution. The vice president did warn us that it would be a little messy, but hopefully we'll get there.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
Yeah, hopefully we can get there and not destroy the global economy. Hopefully. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, guys. Just make sure you send in a super chat or Venmo. All right, guys, let's get right back to it. Now, let's stay on the right side for a little bit here, and let's see the propaganda they want to push.
And turning now to escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran as Tehran targets U.S. allies Bahrain and Kuwait with drones today. And after U.S. strikes on Iran overnight. In just a minute, we're going to bring in the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz. But first, we go to Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan at the White House. The latest from there. Hello, Alex. Hi, Shannon. The U.S. military carried out another round of strikes on Iran last night, hitting as many as 10 targets at the president's direction after Iran hit an oil tanker. President Trump posting on Truth Social, quote, earlier, United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal raider sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Again, it was earlier on Saturday that Iran launched missiles and drones on U.S. military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. Friday, exchanges of fire after Tehran had fired drones at a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz.
Nobody saw it coming, and it hit a ship.
Nobody saw it coming. No, that ship saw it coming. I mean, they did get warned. And here's also the problem. It's like everybody read the memorandum of understanding, and yet still this Singapore vessel decided to not use the designated path that all the other ships were using. And yes, they were sadly paying that toll or service fee, as they like to say. So here's the problem. I mean, Singapore, you basically started shit for no reason. Like, what's going on here? And I do, like I said, I still believe that this is a false flag because, why did they decide to go off and veer off into this route that was I don't see that was going to ensure a strike from Iran?
Did some damage, but you can't do that stuff.
Senior Iranian official reacting, writing the Strait of Hormuz is governed by Iran, and if you do not learn the rules, the Iranian armed forces will teach them to you. Vice President J.D. Vance online argued if they have disagreements about how the MOU is being applied, they can pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence. A newly released Reagan Institute summer survey of Americans taken at the end of May finds 54% approved of the U.S. military actions taken against Iran this year, with 45% disapproving. The cost of war putting new strain on the administration here in Washington. Another key priority for the president, the Save America Act, which would require voters to show proof of citizenship when registering. The Senate recessed on Wednesday for 2 weeks, which means this is once again back in limbo. Shannon.
All right, Alex Hogan from the White House. Alex, thank you very much.
I don't understand how they can approve of it. I'm a bit confused at those Reagan Institute conservatives who took this poll. It's like, hold on now. Are we looking at the same results? So approve or disapprove the U.S. military actions taken against Iran. I mean, at this very moment, when did they do this? Okay, May 26th. Okay, this is a bit late. Maybe if they was to take it now, this would probably be completely different. Because guys, they pulled this through May 26th to June 3rd. I mean, bro, we're at the end of the month, and I'm pretty sure people are not in support of the end result of this. If you're saying that you supported his actions against Iran this year, and after these end results, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. But hey, it is what it is. I guess some people are okay with this L. Well, strategic L.
Stirring. The Senate recessed on Wednesday for 2 weeks, which means this is once again back in limbo. Shannon.
All right, Alex Hogan from the White House. Alex, thank you very much. Joining me now, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz. Ambassador, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Thanks, Shannon.
Okay, so to follow up on what Alex said there, citing that one senior Iranian official who's tweeting out the Strait of Hormuz is governed by Iran. If you do not learn the rules, the Iranian armed forces will teach them to you. We've got Iran's foreign minister saying that Iran is solely in control and responsible for the strait. And then you've got the IRGC saying you're not going to transit without coordination with them. So who is in control of the strait this morning?
Well, Shannon, if the Iranian regime thinks for a second that President Trump is going to stand by while Iran continues to attack international shipping without a response, or our bases without a response, they're sadly mistaken. And they saw that loud and clear over the last few nights, where we'll continue to militarily, if needed, take down their infrastructure that they're trying to use to illegally control an international waterway. And Shannon, just one more point on that. That's not just the United States. That's the entire international community. A UN record, 143 nations have agreed with us that this is in violation of international law. Even the Chinese government has said you cannot be taken.
Now, it's so funny how we want to talk about international law when it benefits us. We don't want to talk about the international laws that we broke. But okay. I mean, I guess international law matters when it comes to condemning the enemy. It is what it is.
Taking tolls or fees. Iran was apparently relying on Oman across the waterway to help it set up this new infrastructure. And now Oman just yesterday has rejected the idea of tolls or fees. So they're completely isolated here. President Trump's not going to stand.
I mean, here's the problem, though. How are we? And like I said, sure, we attacked those ports, but that's not stopping Iran from throwing missiles and drones still. Like you've seen, they was able to fire off into Bahrain and Kuwait. So once again, that kind of proves that they still got missile capability. And then also, if this continues and we don't give them the tolling, I mean, if they accept that, fantastic. But it does seem like they're going to lean more towards reclosing the strait.
For it. And meanwhile, we continue to move ships out by the dozens every day. And world oil prices are not just stable, they're dropping. So Iran's attempt to hold the world hostage and their economies hostage are completely failing.
Okay, so to the president's point, a little bit more from his post on social media, he says there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist.
And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I mean, once again, this is just talk. Why is it all just talk? Because I mean, Trump, you can't just come out here and talk like this and like what? Like 3 days ago, maybe like a week ago, this man was talking about, well, guys, if we keep going, we're gonna hit a depression. We got 4 weeks before our strategic oil reserves run out. So we kind of gotta end this. And anybody who's saying that we don't gotta end this is stupid. Like he said it out loud to the world. And then also said Iran has a right to defend themselves, which was hilarious, by the way.
Are we at that point? When do we get to that point, and what will the consequences be?
Well, the president's patience isn't going to last forever. Discussions are ongoing, particularly at a technical level of how to get inspectors in, the down blending, and the other pieces that are focused on ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon. But they need to understand their leverage is diminishing by the day. The Gulf Arabs are creating all kinds of alternatives to the Straits of Hormuz. The UAE is moving oil through its pipeline that is expanding. The Saudi Arabia is moving.
I'm weak. Now, look. I know a lot of people are going to hit you with hit me with oh, you must not like Trump. No, it's not that I don't like Trump. It's just that I'm going to keep it real with you. Like, think about it. This man made multiple threats, and yet Iran is still standing. Said he was going to take out the entire nation, and all of a sudden now was he Mr. F around or fuck? Is he Mr. Fuck around to find out, or was he just playing? It's like, y'all got to honestly make up y'all mind on how y'all feel about Trump yourselves. But I kind of go off pattern recognition here, and what Trump has been pretty much saying never really manifests when it comes to the destruction of Iran. I mean, like I said, guys, basically they do control the strait, and it's only, and I'm glad we're able to get them to sit down in Qatar and Doha. But if these talks don't work out, guys, and they want to resume military strikes, I mean, bro, we are going to see a gas spike. Why? Because our strategic oil reserves will run low. And if we can't take them out within those 2 to 4 weeks, I mean, then we're kind of cooked. And I guess we're just going to have to take the L on high gas prices. And, you know, Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro should be telling you, oh, this is your sacrifice for the war with Iran. And you'll probably sit there and eat it like a dumbass. Like
oil through its pipeline that it's expanding. We will create alternatives to our basing posture there. We will harden some may go underground, others will move. So this leverage that Iran thinks it has now is diminishing faster and faster, literally every week as we speak. And meanwhile, I got to tell you, Shannon, I think the Iranians may be more scared of Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary, than they are Pete Hegseth, our great Secretary of War.
Really, bro? Really, they're scared of Scott Bessent, but Scott Bessent's the one that lifted the sanctions? No, they're really scared of Bessent. Trust me. They were scared in January when my man crashed their currency. Trust me. That is, shout out to Bessent for that. Now Bessent is like one of their biggest blessings, along with Trump, pretty much enriching Iran through sanction relief. And if you don't know, yes, we've lifted sanctions off their oil and petrochemicals and other industries as well, like banking. So Iran will be enriching themselves for the next 60 days. You know, as long as they abide by the deal somewhat and we're willing to keep the deal going. And as you see it, I mean, like, guys, if we're really being aggressive towards Iran, I mean, honestly, strikes are cool, but wouldn't clapping back on the sanctions also help out instead of letting them continue to have sanction relief as they do right now?
because their economy continues to tank. Their foreign currency reserve, their currency writ large. So their leverage is diminishing. Ours is increasing. They would be wise to take a diplomatic solution and back away from this obsession with a nuclear weapon, which again, the UN itself has said repeatedly over and over again, they cannot have.
So we are supposed to be in the 60-day conversation time of negotiating the devil's in the details, that agreement that would bring us more lasting peace. But Andy McCarthy writes over at the National Review, it's self-defeating even to indulge the notion that we should be negotiating with an apocalyptic, America-hating regime that is despised by most of its more than 90 million subjects, to say nothing of the notion that we could make a stable deal with them that would serve American interests. Do you have any real hopes that this is going to end any way other than militarily at this point?
I mean, look, bro, in the direction we're going, I'm doubting it. I'm hoping that we can get to a peace deal, but it's not looking like it. Man, we got all the pro-Israel influencers, Fox News, bastards, commentators, and hosts pretty much trying to push us back into a war that's going to spike gas prices, spike prices across the board. And you know, so crazy. Isn't it crazy to kind of push a war that's going to spike prices while you sit there with a multi-million-dollar salary? Isn't that like insane? Am I the only one kind of sitting there kind of like going like, yo, that's kind of fucked up. How y'all doing us right now? Like, can you speak like you're the average American just for one time in your effing life? Just once. And it's not just on Fox News. Trust me. On CNN, they do this bullshit as well. But it is what it is.
Well, you know, Shannon, President Trump is a president of peace. He will always give diplomacy a chance. He gave it a chance last year before Operation Midnight Hammer. He gave it a chance this year again before we hit Iran militarily, and he's giving it a chance now. But I would say in response to McCarthy's piece, the regime has never been under this level of pressure, and no president before President Trump credibly put the military.
What pressure? Bro, we just relieve economic pressure on them. Like, what pressure are you talking about? Like, I'm confused here. Like, all right, great. We popped off with them with some rockets and fantastic. That probably slowed down their drone deployment a little bit, but not enough for where they couldn't attack Bahrain and Kuwait now. Like, let's just keep it real here. What pressure? I mean, shoot, like, why not go back into Epic Free Part 2, which I highly disagree with, because like I said, it'll pretty much destroy our economy. But I'm sorry, but if the attitude is that, oh, we can't trust them in a deal, we can't trust them outside a deal, if the attitude is that, oh, it doesn't look like we'll be able to talk with them, then why not just pop off strikes already and stop just talking big? Why? Because they understand that there's consequences to getting back into it with Iran. I'm like, guys, we're enjoying the gas prices falling down, are we not? I know we didn't like the fact that they spiked up, but we kind of are enjoying the relief. Well, that relief is going to disappear if we get back into it with Iran. And they know this.
Military option on the table. So Iran, as Secretary Rubio just said, Iran has a choice to make. It's going to be a responsible nation, or it can continue down this path to absolute ruin. And don't think for a second that President Trump isn't going to leave every option on the table to achieve not just our aim, the entire world's aim, that Iran never has a nuke.
Okay. Ambassador Walz, we appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
And all right,
Be
guys,
sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a break on Fox News for a little bit. Let's get into some international news here. We got the Iranian foreign minister coming out saying Iran alone controls Hormuz for over the next 30 days, and he warns against attacks. Yeah, no, I mean, guys, look, man, it's what they ain't going to show you on mainstream media. They're not really going to show the Iranian minister pretty much telling you how, yeah, we're pretty much claiming control. So let's hear him boldly state it. Let's see what they're talking about. The support. Oh, guys, if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just send a super chat in or a Venmo, and I'll be right back. Gonna go ahead and take a quick little bathroom break.
The support extended by the government and the people of Iraq. The people and government of Iraq have always extended their support during the war. They have always supported the Iranian people who were victims to the Israeli-American aggression. We have also touched massive support by the Iraqi people who have always supported their Iranian brothers. So the first purpose of my visit is to extend thanks and appreciation to the government and the people of Iraq. The second one is to congratulate the new government recently formed in Iraq, led by the head of government, Mr. S.E.T, and I'm here to extend all congratulations and to my dear friend and brothers for being re-elected as foreign minister. This is also an announcement of the continuation of the strategic partnership and healthy relations between our respective countries. We will continue with the current government as was with the previous to continue on all fronts: economic, cultural, security, and many to list. I say with absolute veracity that together with my counterpart, I also convey his well wishes to our leaders. A third purpose of this visit is to carry out the final preparations for the funeral processions of the fallen. Millions of the Iraqi people are willing to take part in the procession, and they have also submitted their requests to attend in coordination with the Iraqi government.
Now, if you don't know what's going on in Iraq, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video for you because I know what you're probably thinking, like, Seth, why the hell is the Iran foreign minister talking about Iraq? And it's like, yeah, because Iraq launched a major anti-corruption raid. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and get right into it, and let's see what this guy was talking about in deeper details. Because, like I said, I know it confused you because, yeah, you got the Iranian foreign minister talking about Iraq for some reason when we're at war with them. Well, let's get right into it.
Iraq's new prime minister has launched a sweeping anti-corruption crackdown, with Iraqi media reporting that dozens of politicians and senior officials were detained in overnight raids. Now, authorities say the operations are aimed at fighting suspected corruption across state institutions.
This campaign is only the beginning. The issue of corruption is not over. We continue to fight it. Anyone who has public funds must return the funds to their owners. The people's money must return to the people.
Well, with me here is Min Al-Arabi, editor-in-chief at The National and real Iraq expert. I regularly ask you to join me on this show when there is news out of Iraq. And it is such an important country when we look not just at the country for its people, but the wider region. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. But let's just start with what we've seen over the last 48 hours. What's your take on these arrests, the seizure of millions of dollars in cash and gold and properties? Who is this new prime minister and what's he up to?
So it was like $70 million in seized funds. I was like, God damn. Some people, they was making awful money. And in Iraq, that's a lot of money because they're not a very rich country.
So corruption is Iraq's biggest problem. We talk about militias. Militias wouldn't exist if they weren't able to siphon off money. Electricity, 23 years after the war to remove Saddam Hussein, still is a huge problem for people. It all goes down to corruption. And so for any prime minister coming in, they all give pledges of tackling corruption. And we've had the previous prime ministers, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Mustafa Kadhimi, and those before him, all make small moves to tackle corruption. Ali Zaidi, this new prime minister, has come in quite bold, and it's not him alone. Of course, he's working with the judiciary, and the forces we saw yesterday making the arrests were the counterterrorism forces that report directly to the prime minister. And the moves against these people the vast majority of Iraqis feel that this is a real move against corruption, but it's only a part of a much bigger equation of the kleptocracy in the country.
And let's talk about the bigger picture, the kleptocracy in the country, the support that this prime minister is getting from this US administration, which many say have emboldened his actions at present, and the wider regional story here about Iran-backed militia in Iraq. Many people around this region tell me that Iraq has become a more important and significant place.
Because Iran does have huge influence in Iraq with their proxies. I'm trying to remember, what was their proxy name again?
For Iran, than Lebanon, which we hear a lot of talk about through the Iran-backed Hezbollah at this point. Your thoughts?
So Iraq, because of 800 kilometers of border it shares with Iran, allows Iran and Iranian, not only officials, soldiers, militia people to cross back and forth. When there were
that's the name of the Iranian-backed proxy in Iraq. It's called the Popular Mobilization Force, a state-sanctioned coalition of mostly Shia militias. Well, yeah. And these groups are armed, trained, and funded by the IRGC. So, yeah. They're pretty much a militia group that is trained by Iran in Iraq. Let's see here. It's one of the most prominent, heavily armed, and influential factions operating as a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization. Okay.
Protests against the Iranian regime at the beginning of this year, there were armed men taken from Iraq into Iran to help squash the protests. So it's hugely important geographically, hugely important because from Iraq, and this is the battle against corruption, partly is to stop money being siphoned off to Iran. Iran's been able to get away from the sanctions imposed by the US and the UN because of money coming in from Iraq. In Lebanon, Iran spends money on Hezbollah fighters. So it's a different dynamic. And of course, with Syria now out of the equation, it is much harder for Iran to get to Hezbollah and Lebanon. So the geography, again, plays such an important role because before, Iran got its wish come true when it would go through Iraq, through Syria, into Lebanon on the border with Israel. That's now gone. But Iraq becomes that much more important.
Yeah, when we took out Assad and replaced him with al-Jilani, or basically that ex-Bin Laden head chopper. So when we replaced him with that guy, I mean, we did pretty much take away a key asset from Iran, which was that passage through Syria to get into Lebanon. And I mean, that's a good thing. But the problem is now that we got al-Jilani in there, and here's the thing. I'm not really sure if this guy's going to last past Trump. Because as soon as this guy was in there, Israel just went ahead and did a complete airstrike all on their Air Force, pretty much decimating their air capability. And it's kind of crazy why they did that. Because remember, we put him in there. He's kind of backed by us, but yet Israel is pretty much trying to neuter him. It's like wild, or at least neuter his military power. Whoops.
As its kind of last line of defense to push through this narrative of the absence of resistance, being with a foothold in Iraq.
The Shia crescent, as we were wont to call it back in the day, as it were.
I always had problems with that.
Yeah, that's my reason for saying, as we were wont to say, and probably, should have been pulled up on it at the time. Al-Zaidi, the new prime minister, set to visit DC next month. What is his relationship with the Trump administration, and how conditional do you believe is the support that he appears to have, not least through Tom Barak, who is the US special envoy to not just Iraq, but Syria and Turkey? How conditional is that support on the PM's ability to rein in these Iran-backed militia?
The Americans have made it very clear, publicly, but also privately, in the meetings that Barak's had with not only Prime Minister Zaidi, but also increasingly we see a political role for the head of the Iraqi judiciary, S.E.T. Now, technically speaking, the judiciary should not get involved in the politics, but in Iraq, nothing actually works as it technically should. And so the message has been clear from the American administration. First of all, President Trump going out publicly and saying that Nouri al-Maliki cannot come back as prime minister is the reason that Ali Zaidi today finds himself as prime minister. We nearly had a different prime minister altogether going back in time with Nouri al-Maliki. So the very direct interjection of the US allowed Zaidi to become prime minister. And on top of that, he's had meetings where he has been told very clearly, push back against the militias. The US launched something called Operation Economic Fury. And Economic Fury is targeting not only the Iranian regime, but also sanctioning militia groups in Iraq and demanding that there is accountability of where the money is being siphoned off. And Tom Barak made very clear to Zaidi that the US can be a great ally, but will not turn a blind eye to the support of militia groups, but also corruption. So they have to prove seriousness. This government, which is only formed, by the way, halfway. We still don't have a new minister.
But all right, though, that's pretty much enough on that. Let's get back to the foreign minister and his comments on the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian foreign minister. All right, this guy.
Also,
guys, make sure to double tap that screen and support the show with a question, comment, joke, or disagreement in a super chat or Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. And also make sure to, like I said, double tap that screen, like the video, or smash the like button. All right, let's keep it going, guys.
The developments with respect to the memorandum of understanding signed between Iran and the United States and the latest developments within the Strait of Hormuz and Lebanon. And based on the said MOU, the Strait of Hormuz remains under the total oversight and management of Iran throughout the 30 coming days, and after all obstacles are removed, the total capacity of the waterway will be restored. This is what we are working on, and this responsibility rests on the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is
Hey, and shout out to my man Uncle Mike for sending a gold coin for 10 jewels, bro. Appreciate the support.
no other party or state has any stake or responsibility in this respect. This is totally clear under the Memorandum of Understanding. And any intervention or any unilateral action or any new development will result in exacerbating the situation and also delaying the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. It will also raise the levels of tension and escalation as what we witnessed over the past 2 days. The incidents that took place within the Strait of Hormuz caused tension and instability to rise. Again, with respect to the management of the Strait of Hormuz and the procedures towards reopening the waterway, no party or state should interfere. They should honor their obligations under the MOU. Otherwise, the MOU would be derailed. Also, all parts of the memorandum should be honored, including the aggressions on Lebanon. Regretfully, the Zionist entity continues with their airstrike.
All right, so you hear Iran's position pretty much. He's pretty much saying that, we control the strait. You guys get through that designated route, you pay the tolls, and the strait's going to be open, and we can work on the demining and all that good stuff. But if you guys continue to go outside of us, then, basically saying they're willing to close the strait again.
On Lebanon and based on the
and of course he's going to push on Lebanon and getting Israel to stop their pretty much invasion of Lebanon, and if they can get that going, then maybe we can get this ceasefire concluded. But it doesn't look like Israel's willing to give us that, to be quite honest with you. Man, Israel can't give us nothing. We can't get nothing out of these guys.
Commitment raised by the United States, which was also accepted by the Zionist entity. They should live up to the responsibility and force the Zionist entity to put an end to their attacks on Lebanon, in order to put an end to the war in Lebanon. Also, to cause the Zionist entity to pull out from the areas occupied. This was item 1 on the MOU. Earlier today, I spoke to Mr. Fahd Hussein on all these topics, also on the new security dynamics in the region. Many lessons were learned from this war, not only by Iran, but many regional countries, and based on the new realities, the security of the Persian Gulf should be reconsidered, where all the countries involved must be engaged without any foreign interference. And within this context, a proposal was made by Mr. Fahd Hussein to have talks between the GCC member states and Iraq and Iran. This proposal is welcomed, and we are prepared to extend all form of cooperation with the Iraqi government in this respect. Once again, I extend my appreciation to the Iraqi government and
all right. Now that he's done with that, all right, let's get on to this nice little debate. Intelligence failure, Professor Zhang versus Andrew Busamate. Yeah, what was it? That CIA guy to be doing all the interviews. Not like, like John Kiriakou. He actually had a really good debate with John Kiriakou. That was epic. But all right, guys, let's get into it.
Sophisticated.
Don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Appreciate the support. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. And then, of course, we'll probably get into some independent media later because, man, of course, we got Alex Jones saying some wild stuff and other people across the board. But we'll get into that.
Militaries in the world attacked Iran, and it's still there. The two most sophisticated militaries in the world attacked Iran, and it's still there.
I still believe that eventually the United States will be forced to use boots on the ground.
I don't agree with that. I believe that Donald Trump moved on Iran, not just because Israel sold him a false bill of goods, but also because he was looking for a very short, quick political victory.
If Democrats were to take the House in November, Donald Trump would actually be under more pressure to use ground forces. Otherwise, he could face impeachment.
At the core of it, I see it as an intelligence failure. Whenever you're in a position like that, you're going in essentially blind, and you're going in kind of like the pit bull on the leash for somebody else.
For Israel to fight the war alone in the Middle East would be suicidal. Israel really needs America to fight this war on their behalf. And I think that Donald Trump is just going to do whatever he's told to do.
Well, the Iran war is at an end, at least in theory. The US strikes this weekend, sparked by Iran's ongoing control of the Hormuz Strait, were a reminder that nothing is settled definitively. Both of my guests today made huge predictions about the outcomes and consequences of this war, one using real-world intelligence experience, the other a pedigree in modeling and game theory. I've invited them both back on to review how they did, and more importantly, ask them what happens next. So joining me now are Andrew Bustamante, the former CIA covert officer known as the Everyday Spy, and the game theorist and academic Professor Zhang. Welcome back to both of you. Professor Zhang, let me start with you. You made a lot of claims, really, towards the very start of this war, that you said that regime decapitation would fail, which is pretty much what's happened, that America would become bogged down in a drawn-out conflict. So far, pretty good. You also said that US would eventually have to put boots on the ground to achieve its goals. That hasn't happened, and we would hope it wouldn't. So when you look in totality at your gut feeling about the way this would play out, I mean, you're not far wrong. And I think the only reason the boots on the ground hasn't happened is because Donald Trump has realized this was an awful lot more difficult than he first imagined, and that actually, if he was to commit boots on the ground, it could turn into a complete disaster.
Bro, it will. Like, the IRGC is a 1 million-man army, and that's outside of their whole little youth group that they got. Yeah, militant youth group that they got going on. So you're going to take on a 1 million-man army on the ground in their homeland, bro, protected by these big-ass mountains in an unforgiving desert terrain. Are you serious? Yeah, I don't know about that, guys. That don't sound like it. That does not sound like it's going to be a successful venture. Just be real. Just got to be real with you.
No, you're absolutely right. Boots on the ground would be a disaster, but I still believe that eventually the United States will be forced to use boots on the ground. In fact, you can argue that there's been a lot of preparation. You still have 660,000 American troops ready to go. They are staged and ready to go. And even though there's an MOU, they're still there. And you can also argue that the MOU is really just buying time because right now it's really hot in Iran. And so you have to wait for cooler weather before you can launch a ground invasion. And so I think we are in a waiting game right now, but eventually you will see boots on the ground.
So you think it will definitely happen?
I'm done.
I think the latest will be next March.
So pretty much 60 days, pretty much to say that, all right, I need 60 days to let it cool down in the desert of Iran. Well, I mean, it's possible. We do get like 140 out there.
It could be as early as December.
But why would Donald Trump take that gigantic risk, which is what it would be? I mean, doesn't all his behavior at the moment suggest that he just wants to get out of this?
I think the United States is still stuck in Iran right now, because if the United States were to withdraw from Iran, then Iran would control the Middle East. The GCC would have to pay ransom, a huge reparation to Iran. And so they can no longer recycle US dollars back into the US economy, which feeds the AI bubble. And you could see a complete economic collapse if that were the case. So the Americans are just stuck where they are right now.
Andrew, welcome back to Uncensored to you as well. Sporting a new haircut, if I may be so bold as to censor on that immediately. Looks good.
I appreciate it, Piers. Trying to look like you, man.
Look, it just seemed to me from very early on in this war that I've referred to this a lot, but I'll do it one more time. The New York Times did a big deep dive quite early on about.
Okay, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, and it helps us reach the call-in goal, so appreciate the support on that as well.
Meeting between Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House Situation Room, where the head of Mossad beamed in remotely, and they laid out a series of events to Donald Trump and all the top Trump administration people, which was started with the removal of the Ayatollah to kill him and some of his top people. And then there would be a chain of events that would be provoked by that. The IRGC would collapse from within, the people would rise up, and they'd all be too distracted to notice what was happening with the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the first bit happened to a degree, albeit the Ayatollah has been replaced by his even more radical son. But none of the rest of it happened at all. And in fact, far worse, I think, for Donald Trump and for Netanyahu, the Iranians quickly worked out that the control of the Strait of Hormuz could just hold the entire world over a barrel, quite literally, because it would control the flow of 20% of the world's energy. And then if they also fired off some missiles and rockets at their neighboring Gulf states and caused, economic mayhem there by doing that, then they really held a lot of the cards, to quote Donald Trump's favorite phrase in warfare. When you look at this, do you think it was just a case, not of Trump being told what to do, but that of him just buying into this playbook, which then just didn't materialize?
Yeah, I think there's a number of overlap.
My bad, but we all understand that Donald Trump was sold a pipe dream by Bibi and the head of Mossad to pretty much tell him that, oh yeah, you can knock them out in like what? 4 days to 2 weeks, and don't even think about the strait, bro. Like, look, we'll eliminate them in that time, bro. Trust me. They won't even have a chance to touch the strait, and none of that was true, by the way. They were able to close the strait and cause a mass panic on in the global economy. So I'm just like, hold on, guys, hold on. Like, you guys fed this man a lie that pretty much made your everyday American pay higher prices, but yet people will still say Israel is our greatest ally. I wonder how y'all gonna reconcile with that after. I really wonder how y'all gonna make that make sense.
Intelligence issues here, and at the core of it, I see it as an intelligence failure. First of all, the fact that the United States didn't have our own intelligence infrastructure to the point where we could see the holes in Israel's assessments and estimates, that's a major problem. It means that we went into Iran basically following Israel's guidance, following Israel's intelligence, following their targeting packages, instead of our own independent intelligence assessment. Whenever you're in a position like that, you're going in essentially blind, and you're going in kind of like the pit bull on the leash for somebody else. And I think that's what we saw happen very shortly after the promises that Israel made didn't really pan out. Now where we are today is stuck in the same situation where we still don't have an intelligence network. We still don't have independent intelligence telling us what we can assess and what we can estimate, what we can predict inside Iran. And that's why we're still stuck in this quagmire. We have an MOU that doesn't give us any of the outcomes that we strategically promised the American people. And the MOU isn't working. There's no active cessation of attacks. They've just decreased, they've changed, but it's still happening.
Right. And Professor Zhang, the big goal in the end, which was explained after weeks and weeks of getting nowhere with the others, Donald Trump said, right, this is all about stopping the Iranians having a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, he had to change his position to Iran can't have no nuclear enrichment to Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon back again. Like I said, Joe Kent called out this moving of the goalposts. It's like, yo, saying that Iran can't enrich is like way different than saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. So, and it's way easier to get Iran not to have a nuclear weapon than saying, oh, yo, no, you just can't enrich, period. I mean, let's just go back to the JCPOA, pretty much what we're doing, but now it's kind of leaned more in Iran's favor. Like, do you kind of see the problem here, guys? You understand that, and this is, I hate to give credit to Obama, but if we'd have stuck to that deal with Obama, we wouldn't be here right now. Iran would still be at that 3% enrichment, and it wouldn't be at 60%, because the only reason that's 60% is because we pulled out of that deal, and then, of course, committed to acts of aggressions like sanctions, designating the IRGC a terrorist group, killing a general. It's like, what do you think they're going to do after that?
And yet they still got all their enriched uranium. I mean, I think the only way that can ever be got by America or Israel is with ground forces. So I think on that alone, that's clear. But the Iranians have also started talking openly now about the need to build a nuclear weapon, to have one. That actually what this has taught them, if people are wedded to the annihilation of all of their regime, then they need a nuclear weapon to defend themselves. And perversely, it could end up creating a situation where the Iranians actually want to develop something that maybe 3 months ago.
Because here's the problem: like, Israel already tried to use enriched uranium as a deterrent, and that's what they had 60% enriched uranium for. It wasn't because they were pushing towards a nuke. Because if that was the case, I mean, they had 60% enrichment since 2021. I mean, it don't take that long to take 60% enrichment to a nuclear weapon. Like, trust me, it ain't no 2 weeks. But sure as hell ain't no 4 years, okay? So the problem is with that is that we really never had any, honestly, any real evidence of their aspiration to go towards a nuke. But since this war, we kind of vindicated their need for one. And Iran has stated, yo, if people are so like, so head on or so balls to the wall about taking us out, and they're willing to damn near destroy our infrastructure over it, then maybe we do need a nuke as a deterrent, because 60% enrichment definitely wasn't a deterrent for the United States. So maybe we need an actual nuke. And I can see how they got to that line of thinking.
4 months ago, they like to saber rattle about, but weren't actually going to do.
Right. So before the war, the Iranians had a religious fatwa banning the making and use of nuclear weapons. So the Iranians were committed not to building a nuclear weapon. With enriched uranium, Ted Posto, who is an MIT professor, he says that it'll take them exactly 6 weeks to build a nuclear weapon. So if the Iranians had the will, they could build a nuclear weapon. So if they were attacked with a nuclear weapon, then they would respond with at least 10 nuclear weapons. That's how much they can make with their enriched uranium. So it's really a quagmire for the United States. Now, I would say that this reporting that Iran wants to build a nuclear weapon, it's actually false. There is a religious fatwa in place, and it has to be overruled by the new Ayatollah, and that's a very long process. And quite honestly, the Iranians don't really need a nuclear weapon at this stage.
Summer is almost upon us, and if you're not completely satisfied with your beach body, my condolences. That must be hard for you.
Here's the thing, guys. There's going to be a lot of propaganda around. Oh, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, they'll use it. No, they won't. Nah, why would they use it? I mean, really think about what sense that would make. Like, they would literally destroy the Middle East. And I mean, they could do that without a nuke. I mean, guys, they could shut down the strait and destroy the global market. They can start destroying water desalination plants and energy infrastructure and destroy the global market, and nobody can stop them. Cut internet cables for that entire region, and nobody can stop them. So they really don't need a nuke, to be quite honest with you, to cause, like, I'm gonna be real with you, like, complete destruction on an economic and global scale. And then, of course, they could just start recklessly firing missiles and drones at a civilian infrastructure throughout the Middle East. I mean, it could get pretty bad. And they don't need a nuke. If they get a nuke, it's pretty much to deter any further strikes on Iran. And sadly, I feel it, but I don't want them to have it. It's like, trust me, I don't want Iran to have a nuke either. But I mean, I get the idea behind it.
It's proving just as effective as any nuclear deterrent, isn't it? Because everybody knows that Iran still maintains control of that strait and can turn it on and off whenever they feel like. And I'd be astonished, given the long and unillustrious history of this regime, if they didn't use that to maximum leverage effect. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And what we've seen is that Iran has managed to turn this conflict into the most significant blow against the United States that any country has been able to execute in many decades. Not only does the United States look like it's in the pocket of a much smaller, more kind of unpredictable country, Israel specifically, not only has this separated GCC allies from the United States, the UAE has dropped out of the oil consortium. Not only do we see that the closest Western allies in the world, in Europe, have distanced themselves from the United States. And that's not even counting how America looks at itself through the lens of politics and identity and global leadership. So just simply by surviving, Iran has shown that small can be powerful and that the United States can be overcome, possibly even defeated. Because if the Ayatollah stands, if the Iranian Republic continues to persist in Iran in its current form, if we reach the end of this war, what was it all for?
Yeah.
And it shows that they won. And if that doesn't inspire and encourage and maybe even provoke countries like North Korea, Cuba, continue to encourage countries like Russia, China, other adversaries competing for global dominance, I don't know what will.
Although it's interesting, Professor Zhang, to look at what's happened in Ukraine, for example, where everybody assumed the Russians would just run Ukraine over pretty quickly. I think Russia assumed it would do it very quickly. That hasn't happened. And we are many years into that war. And in fact, you could argue Ukraine now is not just putting up a good fight, but is giving Vladimir Putin quite a bloody nose. It's proving to be very costly in both.
And that's the craziest thing, bro, about this whole propaganda around Ukraine. It's like any small win that Ukraine gets, they treat it as this major win. Like, oh, don't worry, just one more hit from Ukraine and Russia's going to topple any minute now. And it's like, come on, you guys know the reality of this. Yes, Ukraine is going to get some good hits in, but they're not going to win this war. I mean, like I said, you sound insane if you think Ukraine is going to win this war. But once again, Russia forces are pressing towards a Kovastakyaka in the Donetsk and part of Ukraine's defensive force belt. While Ukraine drones strikes keep hitting Russia's logistic and energy infrastructure, Russia still pushes further into Ukraine. Do you understand the problem here? Is like, yeah, they're weak. Like Ukraine is trying to weaken Russia's war machine while Russia is gaining more land in Ukraine. So it's kind of like, all right, well, can Russia take up most of Ukraine before they destroy their war machine, or can Ukraine destroy the war machine before Russia take Ukraine? I mean, this is the race right now that we're dealing with
Russian human life and on the economy there. It's an interesting thing to look at and say, well, you look at what's happened there, and it may fly slightly in the face of what Andrew just said, but maybe if you're China, you look at what's happened in Iran. I think there's an opportunity for you there, maybe with Taiwan, or maybe to strengthen ties with Iran, whatever it may be. And at the core of it all is a kind of battle for energy, right? I mean, energy is going to be powering the new arms race, which is AI, and the winner may well take all.
Well, people argue that this war was started in order for America to force the world to buy American energy. Because right now, if you look at the global map, the only reliable source of energy now is the Western Hemisphere, right? Because Russia is losing this war in Ukraine or is facing a stalemate, depending on which side you're on. But the Ukrainians are striking deep into Russian territory and hitting oil refineries. And so it is reducing Russia's capacity to export oil. The Middle East is on fire. Before, Qatar could provide 20% of the world's LNG. Now it's completely offline. So if you're Japan, who do you turn to? You can't turn to Russia. You can't turn to Qatar. You can't turn to the Middle East. So therefore, you're stuck buying energy from...
Hold on, guys. Is this kind of cutting up on y'all? Make sure the video is not doing anything crazy. But all right.
America. So you could say that even though America is losing this war in the Middle East, they ultimately will be the big winner because the world is now completely dependent on the Western Hemisphere for resources.
Andrew, what do you think of that?
I think that there's a couple of kind of fundamental, I don't want to call them mistakes, but foundational assessments that we're missing here, right? First of all, comparing what's happening in Iran to what's happening in Ukraine isn't quite a straight analog because the whole world rushed to Ukraine's aid. They received hundreds of billions of dollars, weapons, intelligence.
It's like people are acting like Ukraine did this off their own strength. Like, let's not sit here and like run a fairy tale here, guys. Like, remember, the only reason why they're even able to they survived this long is because of NATO and US help. Period, point blank. Without that, they would have been decimated, just like everybody else said. Here's the thing: when we said that, oh, you know, Ukraine's gonna get their ass whooped, we said that under the premise that, oh, we didn't think that you guys were gonna back them up. But I mean, if you back them up, they will last a little bit longer in the fight, but they're still gonna take a L. We're just, well, honestly, just kicking the L down the road. But eventually we'll meet it. But all right, though, let's get right back to it. Oh, and make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to engage it. Just $2 and up. Let's get right back to it, guys.
Support, satellite imagery support, not only from the United States, but from Great Britain, from France, from Germany, from across Europe. So the whole world was required to prevent Russia's progress in Ukraine. And what you see from Zelensky still to this day is the continued request for more support and more money and more training and more everything to continue to prosecute this, what was framed to us as a fight to protect democracy. That's not what we're seeing in Iran. Iran has largely stood on its own strategy and on its own weapons reserves, on its own capabilities. Now, yes, it has tapped into Russian intelligence and it's tapped into very likely Chinese support also, but it has stood on its own 2 feet since we launched that first attack. Not just the United States, but in joint concert with Israel. The 2 most sophisticated militaries in the world attacked Iran, and it's still there. So that's a little bit different. Now, Professor Zhang's assessment that the United States has created this requirement for Western Hemisphere resources, this is right out of American Strategy 101. America was, and has been for a long time, the world's leading innovator of technology. And that's how it created a premium pricing model that drove the largest economy. The whole focus on conserving and protecting the Western Hemisphere, and their focus on Cuba now, still to this day, emphasizes the same thing. They want to control resources so they can put a premium price and control distribution around the world. And that's the model that countries like China are trying to emulate so that they can compete in that economic world. Whether or not it's successful with the taking of President Maduro and the unlocking of oil reserves in Venezuela accessible to the United States is yet to be seen, because there is a huge amount of oil reserves in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Iran, UAE are sitting on large oil reserves. And as long as the Straits of Hormuz are blocked, correct, that oil is strictly not going to go anywhere quickly. But as soon as even Saudi goes outside of the United States and reaches its own agreement with Iran, or many of these countries that are paying the toll, people are finding a way around following American leadership in this. And that's not a good thing for American people.
And just on Professor Zhang's point about it's inevitable that ground forces will have to be committed at some stage. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. And there's one major reason why. I believe that Donald Trump moved on Iran, not just because Israel sold him a false bill of goods, but also because he was looking for a very short, quick political victory, something that could be framed to the American people to show that the Trump White House was the best White House, the strongest White House, the most powerful White House. And that hasn't happened. So not only has the opposite kind of shown. Not only do we see major Trump supporters backing away from Trump and Trump voters backing away from Trump, but we also have this question of what's the next 2 years going to look like. And if we do see a change in the Congress during the midterm elections, then it's going to be even more difficult for Donald Trump to execute his wishes in the Middle East. So it's going to become not only politically difficult, but militarily difficult and legislatively difficult to move troops into the Middle East, especially enough to actually execute the change that we're looking for.
Professor Zhang, your response to that?
Yeah. So first of all, you're assuming that if the Democrats take the House in November, they'll be staunchly anti-war. And there's actually no evidence that the Democrats are anti-war. In fact, the Democrats have enabled this administration's war making. So I think that if the Democrats were to take the House in November, Donald Trump would actually be under more pressure to use ground forces. Otherwise, he could face impeachment. He would need a distraction. So
what would be, in your eyes, what would be the purpose of committing ground forces? Would it be to effect regime change, or would it be to get the enriched uranium? I mean, what would be the mission?
Man, I think it would be all of the above. I mean, if we're putting boots on the ground, you might as well go for everything. The problem is, though, is that, we could successfully get it done. The problem is, though, is the casualties and the increase in gas pricing. And what will Iran do while we have boots on the ground? You don't think, you think they're just going to stop firing into our allies? Like, come on now. So honestly, it would be a very terrible decision. And we'd have to get down with the idea of completely throwing away the global economy. I mean, unless these corporate billionaires and the elites are finally trying to push this great reset by war with Iran, I mean, you could probably suspect boots on the ground.
The mission would be to force Iran to a political settlement right now. So right now there's an MOU, and there's a sticking point in the MOU, which is Lebanon. The United States has basically given Iran a lot. It's a very favorable deal for Iran. So the United States promises to lift sanctions, give Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz. So it's a very favorable MOU. But there's a sticking point, which is that Israel must withdraw from Lebanon. And Iran is very insistent on that because Hezbollah is a very close ally of the IRGC. Now, what the Americans believe is that because the terms are so favorable, the Iranians are willing to compromise on this Hezbollah issue. And the IRGC has shown these past few days that they're not willing to compromise. So now the strategy is basically to force a military solution. And you do that by eliminating Iran's proxies in the Middle East, which includes Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Shia militias in Iraq. And then you dislodge IRGC from the Strait of Hormuz, which is a main negotiating chip of the IRGC. Now, these past few days, we've seen massive movements on all fronts. So Saudi Arabia is rallying tribespeople, arming them to march against the Houthis. There's a crackdown in Baghdad. They call it corruption crackdown, but it's really the Iraqi prime minister consolidating power, and it's possible he moves against the Shia militias at some point.
Yeah,
because
like I stated, bro, Iran has a lot of control in Iraq. I mean, they got like 5 different militant groups that they fund over there, and then these militant groups got a good amount. Good amount of I would say, not just clout, but a good amount of influence as well.
Flashpoint, of course, is Lebanon. So recently, under Marco Rubio, Israel and Lebanon have come to a peace treaty. And this could provoke a civil war between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government.
Yeah.
There's talk of ISIS coming in.
A grim reality that a lot of people don't want to get down with is that the fact that Israel is literally trying to get Hezbollah to disarm and all this good stuff, the problem is that's going to invoke a civil war in Lebanon. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't even know politics in Lebanon to really make the proper assessment of what we should actually truly push for. And what we should push for is a complete ceasefire and honestly not the disarmament of Hezbollah, because the disarmament of Hezbollah would literally throw Lebanon into turmoil. Like they're going to have a civil war over that. And for those of you who don't know, yes, Hezbollah is a political party. They do got a really dedicated base of people and militants. So you just can't disarm Hezbollah without low-key causing some internal strife.
in from the north, from Syria, and then Israel is going to extend its southern offensive. So I see this as a coordinated attempt to destroy all of Iran's proxies at once. There have been some multiple aerostrikes against the RGC positions in the Strait of Hormuz, and people expect that's really softening positions in order to insert ground forces at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, of course, at the core of all this remains Gaza. The Israelis still occupy a large swathe of Gaza. Millions have been displaced, 70, 80,000 people killed. And that is still the irreconcilable element of the whole Middle East thing, which always comes back to Israel-Palestine. But at the same time, you have members of the Israeli government like Ben-Gvir now openly demanding genocide in Lebanon, literally saying all of Lebanon must burn in a statement. And, to all those who've defended Israel against the charge of genocide in Gaza, here you've got their security minister openly, brazenly demanding a genocide in Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't differentiate between the people of Lebanon and Hezbollah. He literally said, for every Israeli mother that weeps, 1,000 Lebanese mothers will weep and let Lebanon burn. I mean, that's pretty genocidal language right there. I'm gonna be real with you.
This is, I think, one of the reasons that Israel's popularity as a country around.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can feel free to support the show by super chat it in, gift, or Venmo. All right, let's keep it going.
The world has been falling quite rapidly because you've got these absolute lunatics in the Israeli government who are saying the most unconscionable things.
Yeah, between the United States and Israel, which for a long time have been seen as kind of democratic, stabilized, economically focused, countries that are trying to make the world a better place. Mm-hmm. For many, many decades, that's the stigma they tried to carry. But here in the last 5 years, what we've seen is that these countries who actually tried to shape their reputation have just completely disregarded what they once stood for: order, democracy, justice, fairness. It's gone. And that normalization among those world leaders is something that's going to play out in waves, in reverberations, and echoes for decades to come. The United States has now shown that just being a world leader is no longer something that makes you a non-combatant. And that's what we've seen by the rendering of Maduro. That's what we saw by them killing the Ayatollah of Iran. They are going after the heads of state, which means any country can now go after heads of state and treat them essentially as combatants when previously they were not. And what we've seen—
that was a violation of international law. Like, we aren't allowed to go after heads of states like we did. And I mean, here's the thing, though. It's funny how we want to throw up international law when it comes to the Strait, but we don't want to talk about international law when it comes to our strike in Iran. It's like, come on, guys. You can't have it both ways. You can't be picking and choosing out here. Is either we care about international law or we don't.
Israel do in Gaza has opened the door to giving them permission to continue to execute that level of violence, that level of collateral damage across Lebanon. And if Israel can do it, then why wouldn't the enemies of Israel also do it? What is it that would be holding back other countries that are having smaller scale skirmishes? That the world has 160 active conflicts right now. We only pay attention to 4 or 5 of them, but all across Latin America, all across Southeast Asia, all over Europe, there are active conflicts going on. And there's always been an understood kind of rule, gentleman's law of how you actually carry out conflict, and all that's being thrown away. And in the face of that type of unpredictability, it makes the future far less predictable, far less secure, far less safe, not just for us, but for our posterity as well.
Yeah, Professor Zhang, if you talk to the pro-Israeli guests I've had on, and I've had many, they say, look, we've been under constant attack from the Houthis, from Hamas, from Hezbollah, all funded by Iran. This has been going on for decades. And what October the 7th did was it just told the world where this would lead if Israel didn't properly defend itself.
Oh, guys, and like I said, if you got any disagreements, comments that you want me to read out loud and engage with, you can always super chat it in. If not, you can always just, like I said, cry in the chat about it. I personally don't care. But other than that, guys, make sure you double tapping the screen and liking the video and continue watching. Appreciate the support, guys.
In other words, a horrendous terror attack, 3,000 Hamas terrorists pouring over the border and slaughtering anyone they could get their hands on. And it seemed to have a shock reactive component to this, to the Israeli psyche, I think. And early on, I absolutely defended their right to defend themselves, said they had a moral duty to their people to do it, especially as Hamas was saying, we're going to keep trying to do this. But as it went on, I did start to question proportionality. And my Israeli guests would get very angry about, but they would start citing Dresden, the carpet bombing of Dresden in World War II, or the use of the two atomic.
Hey, man, shout out for my man Galactic for starting us off, man. Appreciate the support, bro. Of course. He says, cheers, Set. Hey, man, cheers, brother. Cheers. And shout out to my man all the way out there in Australia. And you know what, Galactic, look, I know you're pissed. I know you're pissed about this. Because, bro, y'all energy costs went through the goddamn roof, bro. I was like, oh, yeah, that's why you been here going off, because energy prices is crazy. I was like, hey, yo. And what a lot of people don't understand is that, like, a lot of Americans don't understand what goes on outside of our country. It's like, yeah, if we're facing higher gas price, guys, other countries are facing straight up fuel shortages. I mean, if we're facing high gas prices, I mean, imagine what Australia and other countries around that area are facing as well. It's like, come on, guys. You got to understand, the world is reasonably pissed at us. Reasonably. Not at us, like as the American people, but mainly our government.
Bombs to end World War II by the Americans against the Japanese and so on. But, as I reminded them, well, that's...
Oh, hold on now. I forgot. I got to give you your celebration, dog. No, trust me. I feel you on what's going on in Lebanon. It is absolutely outrageous. It's like, in the pursuit of Hezbollah, you guys are destroying southern Lebanon, Shia villages and Christian villages, and bro, the displacement of 1.2 million Lebanese people, and we're going after Hezbollah, 4,000 Lebanese civilians dead, but we're going after Hezbollah. Like, what? I swear, it's starting to look like Gaza all over again. I pray to God we don't let it happen again. I pray to God.
Why the Geneva Convention was brought in. But it seems now that Israel doesn't really care about proportionality. They frame everything as, well, we're going after the terrorists, and if a load of civilians get killed in the process, that's on the terrorists, not on us. They don't seem to care about international law. They have no regard whatsoever for the United Nations or the international courts or anything. So they don't seem to care about the public opprobrium that's come their way. And they don't seem to care much about proportionality or any of these things. They think they're in a struggle for their...
Honestly, proportion now, bro. I remember when I was hearing a debate between Myron and that Nick Matteo or whatever the hell his last name is, but it was a really good debate. But when he sat there and said, proportionality is never really recognized when we're talking about war, and it's like, actually, yes, it is. It's actually part of international humanitarian law that you consider proportionality, aka, I mean, look, I get it. Just because Hamas took out about 1,200 to 1,500 Israelis on October 7th doesn't mean you can go out there and take out about 50,000 to 70,000. Well, honestly, my bad, 70,000 to 85,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians. I mean, yes, like, due to proportionality, that is wrong. And then the language used behind it while they were conducting these military strikes. Remember, like, Bibi called these guys Amalek. Like, bro, like Ben Glavir basically calling Palestinians like not really human. I mean, and then of course supporting the taking of the land in the West Bank. I mean, bro, at least you at least got to call it ethnic cleansing. If you don't want to go all the way to genocide, fine, whatever. But ethnic cleansing at least.
Very existence. And Netanyahu's view is just to bomb his way to what he believes is a safer future. I don't think that is going to work. But what is your view?
Propaganda is real.
First of all, if what's happening is completely a response to October 7th, why is Israel, where are there certain members of the Israeli government threatening Turkey and Egypt right now? What did Egypt and Turkey have to do with October 7th? I think something much larger is going on, which is like there are radical elements of the Israeli government who are intent on achieving the Greater Israel Project, which is what they believe that God promised them in the Bible. And this land stretches from the Nile in Egypt all the way to the Euphrates in Iraq. It also includes parts of Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey. It also includes Saudi Arabia. And if you see it from that lens, then a lot of the
guys, and if you ain't see the writing on the wall, Naftali Bennett, which might be Israel's next prime minister, because Bibi done fucked up a whole lot, but Naftali Bennett pretty much says that Turkey is the new Iran. So you understand what they're going for here, right? Like, it's kind of obvious at this point that they are trying to take Muslim land and under like religious guidelines, basically terrorism, because our religion says so, and our religion gives us what, some type of prophecy to this land. We feel like we can slaughter you guys and take it from you. Yeah, that's terrorism, guys, and that's why they call the IDF a terrorist group, because they are going off of a political and religious ideology here, Zionism and radical Judaism. This is there. It's all there. It's all in the undertones. But a lot of people want to sit there and ignore it. Now, if you don't know the Greater Israel Project, this is it right here. So Israel wants to expand their borders into Egypt. They want to go ahead and take over all of Jordan, a decent amount of Saudi Arabia, a decent amount of Iraq, and damn near all of Syria. And then, of course, just completely engulf, Lebanon. And as you see, they're going for it right now. Slowly, but surely trying to go for it. And I don't honestly think they'll succeed. I think they're biting off more than they can chew, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But according to Mike Huckabee, they should have it all.
Actions that Israel has been conducting these past 2 years make a lot more sense. Israel is fighting wars on multiple fronts. And it was really about
Mohammed, you know how dumb it is to talk about the genocide in Sudan, because the genocide is being enacted by our ally. Yeah, UAE is supporting the militant group down there doing the genocide in Sudan. That's why we don't talk about it, because when it's funded by us, we kind of hush the fuck up. The problem with Gaza is that, man, I ain't gonna lie, Israel went a little bit too hard. A little bit too hard, bro. They're not even going that hard in Sudan. Oh, man, ain't that crazy? And yes, funded by the UAE. Who is actually a huge supporter of Israel, huge ally of Israel, by the way. Isn't that kind of crazy? Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, and then one of their, allies, UAE, is doing basically a genocide in Sudan. Isn't that kind of crazy how that links together?
Israel's sovereignty, you would think that they would go out and make friends in the region in order to better protect their people. But instead, Israel has been starting wars all over the place. You also have Israeli soldiers in Argentina right now. You also have Jared Kushner trying to buy this island, Sazan Island, in the Adriatic, which has caused all these protests in Albania. So you ask yourself, if all Israel is concerned about is protecting its national borders, why is Israel spreading all across the world right now?
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, I look at what's happening just on the West Bank with the aggressive expansion of the settlements in a very violent manner. I look at the language of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich about Lebanon and about Gaza, people can argue about whether it's a genocide or ethnic cleansing or whatever it is. But what is inarguable, I think, is that the likes of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who have senior positions in the Israeli government, would love to see all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, out of southern Lebanon, at the very least. So I do agree with Professor Zhang that I think there is, for some constituent of this Israeli government, there is a far grander plan here, and they see it.
Israel is breaking international law every day of the week. I mean, every day that they try to take over the West Bank and put settlers in there to take Palestinian land, I'm be honest with you, that is an international, that's breaking international law, guys. But for some reason, nobody really checks them on it. Even Donald Trump said that Israel would not settle in the West Bank. They would not annex the West Bank. But what they do, they annex the West Bank, and nobody's really stopping them. Of course, all these documentaries are coming out, but is anybody really stopping them? Of course not.
As an opportunity to try and make it happen.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as the two of you. I think what we're seeing now, not just in Israel, but across the world, is a swing in the political pendulum in the direction of strongman leadership. And strong men are able to capitalize on opportunities using violence, using economic manipulation, using social repressions. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in the United States. It's also what we're seeing in Israel. It's also what we're seeing in Russia. It's also what we're seeing in China. It's what we're seeing in the countries that are perpetually in the headlines. Those countries that are winning and racing against each other are the ones who are essentially abandoning democratic process and embracing this kind of strongman, borderline dictatorship, borderline fascist kind of approach to pushing their policies in the face of everyone and everything. It's especially upsetting in a place like Israel and a place like the United States because we claim to have a separate judicial process. And the strong
Galactic, could you super chat in? I'm gonna help you out in this debate here, because apparently, our brother Muhammad didn't ever see this. International Association of Genocide Scholars, right? And a lot of people don't even know these people exist, but shout out to them. The world's largest professional organization of genocide scholars, the IAGS, which has about 500 members, passed a resolution stating that Israeli policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide. I'm just like, bro, and this is what I said, like, bro, they got like genocidal scholars who've been studying the subject more than you, bro. Like, that agree that this is a genocide. Damn near looking over records of genocide, and they come to the conclusion. But your Hasbara propaganda ass want to sit there and say, no, it's not a genocide. It's like, okay, so the genocidal scholars don't, what, the word don't mean nothing? Okay, then. Ain't that crazy? But while it reflects a majority vote, the exact tally was 28% of the organization members participated in the vote. 86% of the vote supported the resolution. So yeah, there was a vote, but mainly all out of the 500 members of genocidal scholars and genocidal experts, yeah, the consensus was that it is a genocide. I know, right? But who are you? But who are you to disagree, man? Come on, please show me your certification in genocidal study, please. Instead of just giving me your Hasbara campaign that Israel. Oh no, well, I ain't gonna say that Israel fed you, but your favorite Israeli influencer fed you. Please give it to me.
Men in charge of both the United States and Israel are facing criminal charges in multiple other areas. So you have to wonder whether or not they're just trying to do what's best for their country. Are they just trying to gain economic freedom, just trying to gain military security, just trying to gain national sovereignty? Or are they trying to do those things aggressively in the hopes that it will defer, delay, and distract from their own criminal issues?
Professor Zhang, as we look at the situation with this Iran war, can you see any way that America / Israel come out of this with a legitimate claim to victory?
It's guys, just because I'm a dick, I do got to double down, because apparently this guy wanted me to, like, prominent voices, scholars such as Malene O'Brien, president of the International Association of Genocidal Scholars, Dirk Moses, senior editor of the Journal of Genocidal Research, Martin Shaw, Omer Batovo, Raz Segal, and Amos Goldberg. Hold on, hey, Jewish guy, has explicitly stated that Israel's action in Gaza constituted genocide. I mean, you can read this on Center for International Policy. I mean, like, bro, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where the denial is coming from. At a certain point, like, you're just unwilling to believe the truth at a certain point. That's why it's people who deny this a genocide, like, I really don't even engage with, because just like, dog, you're literally going against scholars who know way more than you in the subject. But okay, bro.
It's very hard. America's stuck where it is. Israel is intent on the Greater Israel Project. So Israel will not withdraw from Lebanon. They've been very, very clear about this, that they won't expand the war. And all signs are that Israel can only become more aggressive as time goes by. But for Israel, to fight the war alone in the Middle East will be suicidal. They cannot possibly withstand an assault from Iran. And we've seen that already, that these Iranian ballistic missiles can easily bypass the Iron Dome. And so Israel really needs America to fight this war on their behalf. And unfortunately, what we've also seen is that AIPAC and the Zionist forces in America have tremendous political leverage. And it seems that Donald Trump, for whatever reason, is beholden to them. And I think that Donald Trump is just going to do whatever he's told to do.
Fascinating stuff. Gentlemen, I've got to leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed. A really interesting conversation.
Man. But all right, guys, now let's go ahead and get into some Ukraine updates, guys. Got a couple of videos for you guys here. And let's start it off with international news.
We're moving on now. Russia has unleashed a...
Oh, and sorry, well, last time pausing, but make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, or smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you've been watching longer than 10 minutes, guys. Appreciate the support.
firestorm across Ukraine a day after President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong message, saying Ukrainian deep strikes won't force Russia into the negotiating table and make them look weak. Despite of President Putin admitting to a crunching fuel crisis in Russia, he maintains that Moscow's conditions for a deal are still non-negotiable. Our next report tells you what's happening on the ground.
In conditions of a catastrophic personnel shortage, Ukraine's armed forces apparently believe this could be a salvage for them. But salvaging the Kyiv regime is not part of our plans. At the same time, we treat every proposal coming from that side with close attention. I say this without any irony. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong signal to Ukraine and its Western allies. Saving the Kyiv regime is no more Russia's plan. A day later, Moscow has unleashed a new missile and drone blitz across Ukraine, rejecting Ukraine's call to halt long-range strikes.
Huh. That's hilarious. You do a long-range strike into all the way into Russia, hitting Moscow. Then you want to talk about, well, can we cease the long-range strikes, please? Like, bro, what? No, Zelensky, you just popped off. And now you're over here begging the NATO for more weapons. Like, I'm sorry, but you might be cooked.
Windows smashed, doors blown out. These images of a gutted passenger minibus struck by a Russian drone in Zaporizhia is a stark reminder of aerial assaults. Is a stark reminder that aerial assaults are far from over. For the people scrambling for cover, it was a nightmare in a broad light. I heard an
I'm sorry, but I do got to grill you, Mohammed. If you're Lebanese, then how could you sit there and watch over 4,000 of your own people get bombed by a foreign nation and then take the side of the foreign nation that's bombing your people? It's not Hezbollah that's bombing your people. Who is it? It's the IDF. It's Israel. I mean, bro, even the Israelis will admit to that. So the people who are protecting your people, which is Hezbollah, like them or not, I don't like Hezbollah. They killed Americans. But at the end of the day, they are protecting your people, not the Lebanese army, but Hezbollah. And if it was for Hezbollah, think about it. 1.2 million Lebanese people has been displaced because of Israeli aggression, not Hezbollah aggression, Israel aggression. They didn't leave because Hezbollah firing rockets. They left because Israel dropping bombs. But you call yourself what? I'm gonna be rude with you. I can't even say that you're a supporter of your own people. It just don't make sense to even call you that, bro. You're literally supporting the people who's killing your people as we speak. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, but dog, you sound crazy. And you're low-key embarrassing yourself and your people right now, if you're even really Lebanese.
EV, first-person view drone, buzzing in the distance, but I didn't pay attention. There was an explosion. I immediately was in panic. All the airbags deployed. I was covered by the airbags. Then, when I opened my eyes, there was a minibus in front of me. Drone hit its rear door, the upper right corner. While Zelensky has accused Moscow of terrorism and killing its civilians, Russia has maintained that it never strikes civilians or civilian-related infrastructure. Ukraine, on the other hand, is not backing down. Its deep strikes over the last few months have left Russia grappling with major fuel crisis. An admission to this effect has been made by President Vladimir Putin. This is for the first time he has detailed about the extent to which Ukraine's deep strike has hampered Russia's fuel production. As I already said, there is damage, but all damaged facilities are repaired fairly quickly, and any problems that arise are not critical. Everything is functioning reliably and with a large safety margin. As both sides struggle with energy crisis, Putin has hardened his stance, saying strikes won't force Russia into talks from weaker position and that the conditions for a Ukraine peace deal are non-negotiable. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
And like I said, bro, it's pretty much Ukraine trying to pretty much cripple Russia war machine, and as Russia pretty much tries to encroach more on Ukrainian land. And the race is, so can Ukraine pretty much cripple Russia's war machine and get them to stop before really, Russia takes Odessa or something crazy like that? Let's see. Because a lot of people are taking, like I said, they take small wins from Ukraine and they just, like, I'll be real with you, they exaggerate the hell out of them. It's like, just because Ukraine struck inside of Moscow doesn't mean that Russia stopped taking bits of Ukraine. Like, let's just keep it real here. I wish that was the reality, trust me, but that's not. All right.
Right, shifting our focus now, Russia has unleashed a firestorm across Ukraine a day after President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong message saying that Ukrainian deep strikes will not force Russia into the negotiating table and make them look weak. Despite President Putin, admitting to a crunching fuel crisis in Russia, he maintains that Moscow's conditions for a deal are still non-negotiable. Our next report tells you what's been happening on the ground. Take a look.
In conditions of a catastrophic personnel shortage, Ukraine's armed forces apparently believe this could be a salvage for them. But salvaging the Kyiv regime is not part of our plans. At the same time, we treat every proposal coming from that side with close attention. I say this without any irony. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong signal to Ukraine and its Western allies. Saving the Kyiv regime is no more Russia's plan.
Oh, crap. Whoop, wrong video. Whoopsie-daisy. My bad.
In condition.
Russia has unleashed a firestorm across Ukraine a day after President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong message saying Ukrainian deep strikes will not force Russia into the negotiating table and make them look weak, despite of President Putin admitting to a crunching fuel crisis in Russia.
I mean, yeah, that was the goal, to sit there and try to force a fuel crisis, which they've successfully done. I mean, shout out Ukraine. They have successfully forced a fuel crisis in Russia. But all Russia is pretty much saying is that, I mean, bro, all you're going to make us do is double down on the missiles and drones. So you sure you want to do this? And of course, Ukraine is saying, of course we are. And we're going to see if we can take your war machine down before you take Ukrainian land. And I'll be real with you, it's quite the race we got going on here, because obviously Putin ain't backing off. He's all in. Zelensky, I mean, he can only go as far as we allow him, as NATO allow him at this point.
He maintains that Moscow's conditions for a deal are still non-negotiable. Here's a report.
In conditions of a catastrophic personnel shortage, Ukraine's armed forces apparently believe this could be a salvage for them. But salvaging the Kyiv regime is not part of our plans. At the same time, we treat every proposal coming from that side with close attention. I say this without any irony. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent out a strong signal to Ukraine and its Western allies. Saving the Kyiv regime is no more Russia's plan. A day later, Moscow has unleashed a new missile and drone blitz across Ukraine, rejecting Ukraine's call to halt long-range strikes.
Yeah, like I said, insane. So you go strike deep inside of Russia. And like I said, like, good shit. But you can't sit there and start saying, oh, no more long-range attacks. Bro, you just committed one hell of a long-range attack inside of Russia. I mean, fair is fair, bro. Like, what you think was going to happen?
Windows smashed, doors blown out. These images of a gutted passenger minibus struck by a Russian drone in Zaporizhia is a stark reminder of aerial assaults. Is a stark reminder that aerial assaults are far from over. For the people scrambling for cover, it was a nightmare in a broad light. I heard an FPV, first-person view drone, buzzing in the distance, but I didn't pay attention. There was an explosion. I immediately was in panic. All the airbags deployed. I was covered by the airbags. Then, when I opened my eyes, there was a minibus in front of me. Drone hit its rear door, the upper right corner. While Zelensky has accused Moscow of terrorism and killing its civilians, Russia has maintained that it never strikes civilians or civilian-related infrastructure.
I doubt that.
Ukraine, on the other hand, is not backing down. Its deep strikes over the last few months have left Russia grappling with major fuel crisis. An admission to this effect has been made by President Vladimir Putin. This is for the first time he has detailed about the extent to which Ukraine's deep strike has hampered Russia's fuel production. As I already said, there is damage, but all damaged facilities are repaired fairly quickly, and any problems that arise are not critical. Everything is functioning reliably and with a large safety margin. As both sides struggle with energy crisis, Putin has hardened his stance, saying strikes won't force Russia into talks from weaker position and that the conditions for a Ukraine peace deal,
AKA, like I said, bro, over exaggerated. Like, and do you see how mainstream media kind of over exaggerated Ukraine striking inside of Russia, acting like, oh no, this is gonna stop Russia, this is gonna make them hold still? Is like, no, this is gonna make them double down. And now the people are more in support of the war because you're not bringing it closer to home. But okay, I mean, you can keep thinking it's going to work, but I'm telling you guys, 6 months, you're going to be heartbroken about what's going to happen in Ukraine. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get on to Alex Jones here and his coverage, latest coverage of the Iran war. Let's get right into it.
Trump's last week and 2 weeks ago, word for word.
And like I said, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys, and hit that bell. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Or if you just want to support the show, appreciate it. Let's go.
Word is saying what I said, what Joe Kent said. Trump's last week and 2 weeks ago, word for word is saying what I said, what Joe Kent said, and what Tulsi Gabbard, and even the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, told Trump is that you're being given bad advice. He said, Netanyahu, you'd be in jail if it wasn't for me. Everybody hates Israel around the world now. America's your friend. The vice president said the same thing. It's all about Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir, not even Israel, doing this. And I'm worried about Israel itself. I don't want Israel destroyed. I'm not for the Muslims. Give me a break. This is crazy. Israel has made bad decisions. They've drug us into it. Netanyahu bragged last week that he drug us into Midnight Hammer and this new event. So yes, the problem was Netanyahu, and I don't ever have a hard on.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. A lot of people think that just because you're against Israel, it's like, oh, you want Israel to be destroyed? No, dumbass. No. I want Israel to stop starting shit in the Middle East and start dragging my country into it. That's what I would like. I would like that, please and thank you. Don't want the destruction of Israel. I just want Israel to cut the shit and start making nice with their neighbors and stop trying to radicalize them and turn them all into terrorists so we all think it's okay for you to start obliterating them. Like, no. Calm y'all asses down. Honestly, Israel needs a regime change. They just need the entire Likud party pretty much just exiled from Israel. And trust me, Israel would be a lot better place. Take out the radical religious zealots, Israel would be a better place. For the Jews, like all around, Jews, Christian, everybody.
For Netanyahu either, but this new Netanyahu, who is politically up against the wall, needs this war to continue because he's going to go to jail if he doesn't keep it going. So we're being held hostage by a guy that's been convicted, and that's just a fact. And you're right. All the former Mossad chiefs say he's wrong. Almost all their former generals, Tucker interviewed a bunch of them, have said this. So I'm not going to be typecast as Hitler 2.0, all because I disagree with Netanyahu. And the new Trump that's waking up sounds just like me, so I'm vindicated. So Trump should come out and say, oh, turns out Alex Jones was right about Mark Levin and Netanyahu. Turns out Joe Kent was right. Joe Kent said, I love you. I love your administration. It's an honor. I'm resigning 2 weeks into the war because it's going to be a fiasco and it probably isn't going to go well. He was right. But instead, a bunch of Republicans said, let's prove how loyal we are. Let's demonize these people and run them out of the party. I love how Gabbard's taken the high road and hasn't done that. So we need Trump to succeed badly. He is pivoting away from Netanyahu being his brain. That is healthy. Right. We need to win these midterms right now. And that's what I cover. That's what I stand for. Not little sound bites out of context. The liberals all took clips of my show, like 5-second clips, and said, 25th Amendment him. Well, I said, if he does hit him with nuclear weapons or is going to, we have 25th Amendment him. We can't first strike people with nukes. All the studies say Pakistan will hit Israel with nukes. They've said they will. The war games, the Pentagon, I study war games. This is not gonna, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. It ain't working. If they could send the mullahs to Mars, if I had a button right now to go bloop and free Iran, I'd go bloop, I'd jump at it. Oh, let me get the button. Okay, I mean that's what I say, not what they say. I say that's what they do.
Real time. No, that is facts. It's like, bro, it's not like we're saying we want the IRGC to win, but let me be real with you guys. They're still in power. They're controlling the strait. And I'm not saying this because I want it to be. It's just it is what it is. Well, a lot of people confuse that to TDS or whatever. I'm like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's not really TDS to pretty much explain to you how Operation Epic Fury kind of failed. Well, it did fail.
Time we tried to get you on, and we tried to get you on right after you had a sit down with Tucker Carlson, and you and two went back and forth. You said, Tucker, you should run for president. Tucker's kind of, I'm not sure he even really answered you, but let's take a look. Let the folks see what went down.
Of course, I'm not planning to run for president. I mean, of course, I've never said or done anything that would suggest I have an interest in political office, because I don't. I never have had an interest in political office ever. It's just not kind of what I do for a living. It's not what I'm interested in. I really don't like politicians.
So, it struck me, Alex, was you asked him, he said, of course, I'm going to quote him. Of course, I'm not planning to run for president. He didn't say, of course, I'm not going to run for president. There's a huge difference between those two answers. Do you disagree with me?
I agree with you, but he's told me before that he hates, Washington and New York and all of it, and that God would have to appear to him to run for president. I know he shows up like number 3 in the poly market stuff. And Tucker's always been honest with me about things. So, I mean, I take him at his word, but he always say, I'll never do it, never, God would have to appear. Now he's like, well, of course I'm not planning. So it does sound like he's in some way inching towards that.
Well, you pressed him. You took a second crack at it. Take a listen.
You said God would have to appear to you for you to run for president. So should we all pray that Jesus appear to you and tell you to run for president?
No, I don't want to run for president. I do want to be involved in offering an option of some kind. I don't know what that would look like, but it's not democracy when no matter who you vote for, you get the same result.
Tucker, you'd beat Gavin Newsom. You'd beat Marco Rubio. I mean, you need to run for president. It's just like a gladiator.
The options are Gavin Newsom and Marco Rubio. I don't think. I mean, I know Trump is very convinced that Gavin has a shot, and Gavin has an advantage in that he's a sociopath who will say anything while passing a lie detector
and he
test.
can talk, unlike Kamala.
Oh, he can talk. Oh, he can talk. And by the way, Marco is an underrated talker. He's an excellent talker.
Oh yeah,
speaks without notes. But both of those guys, I mean, come on, is that really the option?
A little bit of, that isn't even the issue. I think almost any Republican right now, the top 5 I'm thinking about would likely beat Gavin Newsom and likely beat whoever the other lunatics who are on the left that are looking right now. I think there are others that are going to pop up that would give a better representation of the Democrat Party. But so you think Tucker, why Tucker? Why not, J.D. Vance or Rubio? Tucker seems to like Rubio. Why not one of those, Alex, for Alex Jones's money?
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna tell you the distrust between both of those candidates. Rubio, he's a neocon. I mean, let's be real. If Rubio gets into power, bro, we're going to war, guys. If Rubio gets into power, bro, we're going to war. We're taking over Cuba, etc. If Vance gets into power, then I'm gonna be real with you, he might let his AI tech buddies take it. So it's either AI takeover or constant forever wars. And if you told me to choose it, I'm choosing Vance. I'd prefer the AI takeover than the forever wars. I'll be real with you, instead of just throwing away the entire global economy. Be honest with you guys, but I mean, that's just pretty much what it is. Huge criticism behind Vance and his, tech backing, like, Palantir, PayPal mafia guys, all that good stuff. And then there's Rubio's neocon backing, pro-Israel backing. And you already see all the pro-Israel influencers already putting their card behind, already putting money behind Rubio. Oh, hey, yo, shout out to my man Prom. Yeah, Prom the US. All right, bro. Shout out, because this is your first time super chatted in. I appreciate that. He's like, I support your platform of free speech and debate of ideas in reality. Hey, man, that's all I like to do here. I try not to be too biased because I'm center-leaning conservative. So I try not to be like too biased, but I do have my own opinions on matters and all that good stuff. But trust me, if I'm going to report it to you guys, I'm going to try to give you the most unbiased perspective, or at least show you both sides on what they're saying. And I'll let you come up to where you stand. I ain't going to tell you. That's up to you, man. I ain't into controlling how people think.
I mean, I like J.D. Vance over Rubio.
Not the government.
Rubio's very competent and very smart, but he's been a neocon in the past. I mean, I like J.D. Vance. I think that's who Tucker, overall likes. I think he was just pointing out the fact that.
Oh, and shout out to the celebration, bro.
Razor blade.
But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. Oh, yeah, and like I said, any question, comment, jokes, disagreements, feel free to super chat it in.
Rubio is a formidable individual, but I think Tucker understands there's a major global political realignment, not just here in America. And when Trump goes, MAGA is not going to have that much big of an influence. So Tucker's definitely, I think from his personal beliefs, positioning himself more as a populist. And after 30 years, the Republican Party is moving away from it. But he said he would still support Republican candidates. They were better than Democrats. I don't see how there's any Democrat candidates that are good. I see none of them. I mean, hell, Mondani might, run. He's a major kingmaker, promising.
Oh no, Mondani can't run because he's not from this country, but he's a kingmaker. He can honestly get his favorite Democratic socialist, who's actually born in this country, and he can get them to run. And you know what? Wait, hold on. Can Mondani be vice president, Secretary of State? Wait, you got to be an American citizen for any of those positions? I'll look it up. But I mean, he can still find his way in there. We could be ran by a whole bunch of Democratic socialists if we keep on going in this direction. Conservatives, Republicans, if you keep on going to pro-war direction and destroy the economy, you're going to create a whole bunch of socialists out of that. And I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to be like, look, I told you, I warned you. Now we're dealing with Zoran Mondani-like candidates. And you know what? We're just going to have to sit there and just let them rock. I personally don't want that to happen. But the way you guys are egging on this war, I think y'all want it to happen. I ain't gonna lie. The way I be looking at conservatives and Republicans and all this good stuff, the whole party in general, I'm like, what, do y'all want the Democrats to take over? Do you want this country to fall into socialist control, bro? Because the way y'all moving, I'm be real with you. You're pushing for it for real. You're pushing for it more than Zoran, the way y'all acting.
You had an earlier guest on, and we're getting to it next segment, but he's like, communism doesn't work. Well, it does work for the elites that push it to enslave people. So I'm way more cynical than that. Mm-hmm. They know it's a system of slavery that cons the public into being a bunch of hive mind bees in a beehive or ants in an anthill. So communism isn't failed. It's killed 200 million people in the last 120 years or so. So it's very successful at tyranny and enslaving people, like cancer is successful taking over a body.
And communism is the more iron-fisted form of socialism, and the socialism idea that Democrat socialists of America are sliding communism into our system in a very dangerous way.
Well, countless numbers of them have been caught, even on Zoom meetings and books they write saying, we're really communists. We just call ourselves Democratic Socialists. I know people that work for Bernie Sanders.
The ideology is exactly the same, Alex. The ideology is exactly the same. The people work. The establishment decides who gets what. It's delivered the exact same way. It's just slavery. It's slipped in different. And that is literally the difference between socialism and communism. We'll get to that in the second block, but I want to talk to you about this. Alex, when you talk to Tucker and say, hey, run for president, do you realize what you're doing? And I know you're a smart guy. We already have MAGA on one side. We have on the right only. We have MAGA. We have the Rhino establishments. And now there's a third lane opening up. The Tuckers, the Alex Jones, the Megyn Kellys, the MTGs, the Candace Owens, who don't like Trump. So they're somehow going to create another trifurcation of the split the R vote even further.
Here's the problem. It's not that we don't like Trump. Is that Trump is going in the direction of the establishment Republicans. That's the problem. We didn't vote for that. We wanted to vote for an established Republican. We would have gotten Nikki Haley or something like that. I mean, look, we could have got our first Republican. We could have got our first woman president plus a neocon if that's what we wanted. But no, we didn't. We voted for Trump because he said he was going to take the country in a different direction and the Republican Party. And apparently he just did the same old with this whole war with Iran, selling out to the corporations, inside trading, all this other bullshit that he decided to engage in over the America First policies or the MAGA policies that he ran on. And he was able to get a couple of them done. But as of now, I'm not going to lie, bro. He kind of took a huge detour. And it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get back on track on time for midterms. He might just be a lame duck president by then. God forbid. But it's going in that direction.
Which almost guarantees a loss to our side.
I want to respond to that. I would imagine that Tucker, if he runs for president, which I don't think is going to happen, is going to run as a Republican. He's doing that to position himself to get a lot of the leftist audience and try to make things not partisan. So I see what he's doing. I don't think it's cynical, but I think it's a very shrewd move from his position. Trump's somewhat of a lame duck. He's gone sideways on some issues. But I want to be very clear. I am not anti-Israel. I am anti-Israel controlling our foreign policy, dragging us into this war. And so I'm not as, far out on the Israel thing as a Candace Owens or, some of these other people. I understand their perspectives. I don't think they're bad people. I want to be clear. When I said during Midnight Hammer, this is designed to go to full regime change the next year, they're going to say we didn't get the uranium. I was right. I'm not a fan of the mullahs. I said when this war started 121 days ago on that, Saturday, I did a special show at AlexJonesLive.com, and I said, I hope the mullahs fall in 4 days like Netanyahu and the Mossad told them. But even the IDF said that probably won't happen. The Pentagon said 92% chance they don't fall for a year. They'll close the Strait of Hormuz. This is going to end up being a disaster. But they followed Trump's orders when Israel drug us into it and struck first. And so then I had all of kind of the neocon Republican rhinos that were never Trumpers come out and say Jones, says Trump's bad. Jones says Trump's evil. And so Trump said that I'm low IQ and a burnout and fried and all this. I didn't get mad at Trump about that. Trump was lumping me in with some of the more extreme stuff that got said about him. What I said was, when he said, we'll destroy Iran as a civilization, never to return, and their culture will end, and then the whole country will be a giant glowing orange crater. I said, if you try to go to nuclear war, which Mark Levin was pushing and Israel was talking about, I oppose preemptive first strikes with nuclear weapons. If you try that, I'll be 25th Amendment. I didn't say 25th Amendment, Trump. I said, if he continues, and the next day he said, oh, I won't ever use nukes. And now he's saying, I'll end the regime forever. They don't make a deal. That's great. So I hope the regime goes away. But notice that he thought the Kurds would overthrow him, and because Mossad told him that. And it turns out that wasn't true. So it's been misrepresented. What I've said about Trump.
Yeah, the Kurds don't want to go to try to take over Iran because they don't have the numbers, guys. The Kurds are not going to walk in there 6-8 million strong and be like, yeah, we're taking over this bitch. No, they're not. And here's the thing, guys. Like, that's really all we need. All we need to Loki to take out the government is about 6-8 million people. We can't even get that. So when people lie to you and say, oh, 90% of the Iranian people are against the government, bro, we can't even get 5 to 10% of the damn people to go against the government. So I'm sorry, but trust me, they got a stronger lock on the people than you can imagine, and not just through force, but through propaganda as well. Anti-American, anti-Israel propaganda, of course. Like, they don't gotta shoot, they don't gotta force you to do everything, guys. Sometimes just gotta feed you the right message, like our own government does.
Overall, Trump is night and day compared to the Democrats. The Democrats openly want to bankrupt the country, Cloward and Piven. They're openly communist. They openly steal elections. I'm 100% against him. What I don't want is him doing a war that closes the strait, and then that kills his recovery with inflation, and then it's super unpopular, so the Democrats win the House and Senate, and then we really do have a lame duck on our hands. That's what I was concerned about. I talked to Mark Mitchell, the pollsters, and others. Even back during Midnight Hammer, it was very, very unpopular. This war is ultra unpopular, and it didn't work. I was right. The Pentagon was right. And Trump's advisors were right. Trump sounds like Joe Kent now, saying we can't have the strait closed. We got to end this. The problem is Iran knows they hold the cards on the strait. They can conventionally keep it closed. Yeah, we can keep bombing the hell out of it, but we dropped 7.6 million bombs on Vietnam over 15 years. And now we've dropped
you can't bomb them into submission.
The Iranians.
You need their people. You need their people to rise up against. I've saying this since day.
Yeah, it's either you need the people to rise up against them, or we actually got to put boots on the ground and literally drag them out. But if we can't even get 6 to 8 million people to rise up against the government, because that's about how much it took to take out the Shah. So let's just be fair here. Let's say we need 6-8 million people. We can't get that. We tried it in January, didn't work. We ended up getting a whole bunch of protesters killed, and now they're being hunted and hung in the streets. So there goes that idea. Yeah, of course, we try to back the Kurds. The Kurds are looking at us like, nigga, are you crazy? We're not going to go into Iran. So there goes that idea. And now, of course, you got the Mark Levins and Ben Shapiro's like, no, we should just resume strikes. And we're just looking at them like, bro, I mean, we're running low on munitions and our strategic oil is low. So I don't really think we can even fully commit to that idea.
One of the war, it's not a popular opinion, but the IRGC is an iron fist there until 91 people rise up. Alex is going to stay with it. I'm going to pose you the same question I posed Eric Metaxas with a little twist on it. I asked Eric Metaxas, is this Democrats socialists of America? I believe they hate America, but they also might hate Israel. I said, is it one or both? The people who I would say, I won't put you in that group anymore, Alex. If you tell me you're not. But there's a group of Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly, MTG, who I believe don't like what Trump's about, but also I'm not sure they just don't like Israel to the point where It's because Trump is friendly with Israel. That's the problem with Trump. I'm going to ask you that question. Stay with us. We'll get your answer.
No. It's the fact that Trump put American interest, like, well, not American interest, but Israeli interests over American interests. It's like, dog, you're supposed to be focusing on affordability. Like, what the fuck are you doing getting into it with Iran? Like, bro, I need gas prices at $2, not $2.98, which was nice, but I need it at $2. I need inflation at 2%, not 2.4%, where we were at before the war, which was nice, but 2%, like you promised. Like, you should be working. Oh, yeah, the Housing Affordability Act would have been fan-fucking-tastic right now. So you should have been focusing on affordability instead of war with Iran. And maybe you'd been focusing on affordability and increasing our manufacturing power, upgrading our energy infrastructure. Maybe we'd be in a better position to take on Iran. But since you didn't do that and you lacked on all of that, we're kind of in this vulnerable position.
Answer on the backside of this break. Some about the folks, Tucker, Megyn, Candace, MTG, not Alex, as he says he still likes Trump, but just was concerned about how he was handling the Iran war. These are friends of mine. Right. Tucker, I worked with for 15 years. Megyn Kelly, I worked for 15 years, and I've been on her show 100 times. I adore Megyn Kelly. She's moving away from Trump and supporting Trump. That's okay. That's democracy. I get it. Candace never really liked me very much because I think she's a little bit cuckoo. I think her hate for Israel clouds everything she does. And MTG, who's been a friend of mine, but
I don't know about that. Even Alex Jones is like, I don't know about that one. It's like everybody, Candace she goes in. But honestly, she gets mainly heat off investigating the Charlie Kirk murder or assassination. And here's the sad reality of that. It's like, guys, I'm just going to tell you this right now. There's more evidence that Charlie Kirk's mics might have exploded and lodged a projectile in his neck than evidence. There's more evidence of that, of a microphone exploding, lodging a projectile in that man's neck, than Tyler Robinson shooting him from the roof. I'm sorry. There's just more evidence leaning in the crazier radical theory than the theory that the feds is trying to feed us. It's like, bro, they couldn't even match the bullet. It was inconclusive. AKA, they can't prove that Tyler Robinson took that fucking shot. They can't. But for some reason, we can find all types of evidence of a cover-up of them trying to cover up the lapel mic exploding and possibly lodging a projectile into his neck. Possibly. Now, remember, God, take this with a grain of salt, by the way.
It's tough to remain friends like this when it gets this divisive. So my question, these folks, Tucker, Megyn, Candace, MTG, and maybe some of the other more popular people around who've been Republicans, been Trumpers who aren't anymore, is it a dislike of Trump and Trump policies, or is it Israel is clouding how they feel about everything, including Trump, so they can't support someone who's supportive of Israel?
It's a lot of factors. I can't judge Candace as something she does I don't agree with. MTG legitimately over the Epstein stuff got upset. Massey got upset about that. And then when the Republican Party system came after them and then the Israel lobby came after them, it made...
Now, let's be real, though. They're anti-Israel. They don't have undying support of Israel. And then, a lot of them went against Trump over the Epstein files. And let's be real, even a lot of Republicans, like conservatives, agreed that the handling of the Epstein files was atrocious. Like, it was terrible what they did. I mean, even with the Epstein Transparency Act, it seemed like the DOJ just did not give a fuck to follow it. Like, bro, full transparency, but we still got 3 million more pages and you guys don't want to release it, but you're talking about full transparency? Like, talking about, we released 3 million and we got about 3 million more, but hey, we're stopping. Good luck, bro. Like, what you gonna do about it? Yeah, I'm be real with you. You pissed a lot of people off with that, and you can't get mad when people start trying to call this administration the Epstein administration or the Epstein regime, because, I mean, look what you did with the Epstein files. Like, come on now. Y'all kind of walked yourselves into that one. If you had just gave full transparency, it all be damned. And if Trump is truly innocent, I mean, you should have just gave that full transparency. I'm not trying to lean into the whole Trump's a pedophile. I'm not going there. I'm just saying, I mean, like, come on, man. If he was truly innocent, just give us full transparency. Like, it all be damned. If I was Trump, I'd be like, I don't care what happened to my friends. Y'all not about to sit here and call me a pedophile.
It personal, and they got more and more angry. I think it's the same thing with Tucker. I was at his house both in Florida and in Maine doing his shows when he was getting calls from Netanyahu and Trump and everything during Midnight Hammer and other events. And he was like, I'm not anti-Israel. I just don't want him running our policy. This war is going to be a disaster. And then they demonized him. That is, Israel did, some of the Israel lobby. And so Tucker, said, fine, you want to fight, we're going to fight. But I can tell you, I'm on hundreds of radio stations. I'm on Rumble. I'm on X, Real Alex Jones. The majority of my MAGA supporters have been upset with me in the administration that I was too much of a cheerleader. The first 6 months, it was so good. Doge, everything Trump was doing was amazing. We started seeing things go somewhat sideways. I was disappointed. I would put pressure on things I didn't like, but overall said it's still night and day. And then a lot of the Trump supporters, I'd say they're 30, 40% of his base that I call kind of white pillars. A lot of them were never Trumpers. They came out and kind of misframed the thing that I was out to get Trump and was really a Democrat and getting Qatari money and all this stuff. And I didn't let them bait me into blaming Trump.
I'm not gonna lie though, like anybody who disagreed with Trump or the Iran war, they just said you was taking Qatari money, you're an IRGC like agent or whatever. I'm just like, okay, guys, like this is how you know you guys cannot defend what you guys are doing. If you guys sit here and try to call us un-American or enemies of our country, it's like, are you serious? So because you can't have the debate, all of a sudden I'm a traitor. Got it.
I mean, when Trump called me names a few times, I wasn't even sure that was him doing all that on Truth Social. I didn't care. I was glad for the publicity. That's fine. And I said, look, I've never been MAGA. I support Make America Great. I want to make America free. I'm 1776 worldwide. I'm America 2.0, take it to the next level. And so, great. You want to distance yourself from me. That's fine. Because I want to be the maverick that's trying to hold your feet to the original MAGA of no new big wars. If you get Kamala, you get war with Iran. That's World War III. I want the guy that's trying to end the Ukraine war and doing a great job there. I want the guy that's getting the trillions of investment here, which all his experts have told him close her straight for even a few months would jackknife that. And so I really think that Trump and some of his people miscalculated going after Massey, going after MTG, saying Massey's the worst member of Congress. Well, that's obviously not true. 92% Republican voting rate. I would have just ignored them and been nice. Like Trump making jokes about hockey. Oh, we're going to make the 51st state Canada. You can be the, governor of Canada, Trudeau. They were at 15% point in Trudeau's campaign in his party. Trump doing that rallied Canadians, and then Mark Carney, uber globalist, even worse, got in. And I'm not blaming Trump. He does jokes, and then people use that against him. And so I just disagree with a lot of Trump's strategy. And things are going on. The Democrats have tried to put me in prison. The Democrats did stage show trials and took over my company and, did all of this stuff. So they literally, when they get back in, want to put me in prison. Mondami is an admitted communist that says there shouldn't be prisons. Mondami wants to take private property owners.
Bro, I mean, did you see the lady that Mondani got elected? Bro, she literally said she want to wipe her dirty hands on the American flag. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I damn near almost lost it when I read that. I was like, are you serious? And she said this in 2019. I was just like, yeah. The fact that anybody can vote for this person kind of shows your allegiance to this country. Maybe they didn't know. Man, it's safe bet that a lot of people didn't know. She said that about the American flag, but she said a lot of wild things, though. Let's keep it real. Like, what was it? I think she even said something about interracial marriage, which is crazy for a Democrat to be against, by the way. Well, oh yeah, she hated interracial marriage with white people. I was like, hold on, so you're openly racist against white people, openly socialist, and you want to ban ICE, ban jails. It's like, whoa, lady. Like, how are you getting elected? Like, hold on now. How far is the Democratic Party sunken to elect somebody like this who's obviously anti-American? You can't even sit there and say she's pro-man. I'm not saying this because she's a Democrat. Like, y'all know this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it because she is a radical progressive. Like, she literally does not like this country, but she's put in a prominent position in this country. And that's honestly what pissed me off. People who aren't 100% for this country, but is put in prominent positions. Like, that's always going to piss me off. On the right, from the pro-Israel goons, and on the left with the radical socialists or leftists, whatever you want to phrase those dumbasses.
Homes if they don't put the new Green Deal upgrades in that they can't even pay for. He's freezing rents. Mondami is the kingmaker. Mondami, everybody he's endorsing are winning the Democrat primaries. So the Democratic Party is really uncloaking itself for what it's been for decades, and it is cancer. So we need a hardcore populist Republican Party. I mean, I've seen even top Republican senators rightfully say, "Oh, we've got this populist movement." That's too anti-war and to this and that. Well, that's what this is. That's how Trump got elected and overrode the fraud in 2024 was with a lot of Democrats and anti-war people and pro-RFK Jr. people coming to him, and now they've left. A lot of Hispanics are leaving.
Man, that's good to hear. And I know, and trust me, I know a lot of guys on the left care. That's why I said the radical left, not Democrats, not your sensible guys, not your sensible Dems, but literally the radical leftists, the progressives. It's like some of them is just go a little bit too far. It's like, and here's the thing: it's like I rarely share any progressive values, but when they sit here and bitch about crony capitalism, I completely agree with them. I agree with them on that. But the way they go about it is wild.
The blacks are leaving, so Trump was running the tables. And then somehow he went with the never Trumpers, who was beyond just Israel. I know there's a bunch of interest in the Pentagon that want, these wars and things. And so then Israel has spent first $500 million last year. They just allotted $730 million this year. That's $1 billion plus, $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion to propagandize in the eighth front of their war. And you got the head of the ADL saying we're going to censor anybody that says Israel drug us in this war. And it's just crazy. So they're like,
yeah, Israel does pay for a lot of propaganda. Like when everybody said that, these influencers are getting paid their $7,000. Well, that's not really true, but there was like a little bit of truth to that. Like Israel did put in what was it, $900 million? Yeah, $900 million for pro-Israeli propaganda. I was like, hey, yo, that's wild.
Like trying to start a fight, trying to make people Hitler that just disagree with any foreign government manipulating our policy. And so I don't want AIPAC to have undue influence. I don't want the Chinese to have undue influence. And I do it from a position of a lot of folks in Israel, say, hey, we're the most hated in Gallup and Pew polls and all these others, and that Netanyahu's been convicted, and Netanyahu needs a war to stay in power, and just all of this. I just disagree with the war working. I disagree with it being successful, and it wasn't, and they didn't fall, and the uprisings didn't work, and the
here it is. Well, I'm gonna get back to what Alex Jones was saying, but here it is, guys. I just wanted to give you guys proof that this actually was a thing. Like this actually was a thing. Look, 900 million, well, my bad, 900,000, my bad. So it was 900 million, 900,000 influencer campaign. U.S. Department of Justice Foreign Agents Registration FARA filing detailed that the Israeli government funneled nearly 900,000 to American and international social media influencers to promote pro-Israeli content. The campaign, which operated between June and November, used a Washington, D.C.-based PR firm to manage 14 to 18 influencers. You can track the exact U.S. Department of Justice disclosure through the FARA e-filing. And then here it is. Here, let's see, the $900 billion defense bill. The U.S. House of Representatives passed a massive defense bill, the National Defense Authorization Act, which contained a critical pro-Israel provision. The legislative package include $500 million for joint U.S.-Israel missile defense cooperation and millions more for anti-tunneling, AI, and cybersecurity initiatives. Oh, it comes from the Jewish News Syndicate. They say it they say it themselves. You gotta love it. Hey man, you gotta love Israeli media, bro. They're just so honest, and they just say the quiet part out loud. It's like, look, bro, whenever you're debating like those pro-Israel guys, just go straight off Israeli's Times, go off his Rets. Just give them straight Israeli media, guys. That's all you got to do, bro. And trust me, they snitch on themselves every single time. It's low-key a beautiful thing. All right, then. Let's get right into it. Back to Alex Jones.
And the Netanyahu's been convicted, and Netanyahu needs a war to stay in power. And just all of this, I just disagree with the war working. I disagree with it being successful, and it wasn't, and they didn't fall, and the uprisings didn't work, and the Kurds kept the weapons, and it didn't get there.
Right.
And Trump has lost a lot of confidence in some of the Israeli war hawks, and that's good. He shouldn't just do whatever they say. Sorry.
Let me get in here, Alex. Let me just explain something. I know I came from New York. I'm married to a Jewish woman. I know millions of Jews, okay? A lot of them don't like what Bibi Netanyahu has become. And I think Bibi Netanyahu is no friend of Donald Trump either. Here's my point. My point is Bibi attacking Lebanon during the middle of negotiations.
Oh, God, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat in. Gets us closer to the call-in and a great way to support the show. Or you can even send a gift. But make sure to double tap that screen.
Bibi hitting some sites in Iran during the negotiations is no friend of America or no friend of Trump. And I believe maybe wants to undermine Trump as well. So is there 100%. A way to separate your dislike for Bibi Netanyahu's Israel policy versus Donald Trump. Like a lot of people seem to want to blame Donald Trump for what one man, Bibi Netanyahu, has done. I got about 30 seconds.
I 100% agree with you. You just read my mind. That's what I've said, is that Trump last week and 2 weeks ago, word for word is saying what I said, what Joe Kent said, and what Tulsi Gabbard, even the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, told Trump, is you're being given bad advice. He said, Netanyahu, you'd be in jail if it wasn't for me. Everybody hates Israel around the world now. America's your friend. The vice president said the same thing. It's all about Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, not even Israel, doing this. And I'm worried about Israel itself. I don't want Israel destroyed. I'm not for the Muslims. Give me a break. This is crazy. Israel has made bad decisions. They've drug us into it. Netanyahu bragged last week that he drug us into Midnight Hammer and this new event. So yes, the problem is Netanyahu. And I don't ever have a hard on for Netanyahu.
Not every group of Muslims want Israel destroyed now, just Iran and their axis of resistance. Yeah, they want Israel destroyed. I mean, shit, Iran got a whole countdown clock dedicated to the destruction of Israel. So you know they really want it. I mean, there really is no denying Iran's, animosity towards Israel, and of course vice versa. There's no denying it. There's definitely huge beef there and huge wanting, or an undying wanting for each other's destruction.
Netanyahu either, but this new Netanyahu, who is politically up against the wall.
But it isn't the entire Muslim world that want Israel gone. I mean, trust me, there's some Muslims that are pro-Israel. I mean, shoot, look at the UAE.
Needs this war to continue because he's going to go to jail if he doesn't keep it going. So we're being held hostage by a guy that's been convicted, and that's just a fact. And you're right. All the former Mossad chiefs say he's wrong. Almost all their former generals, Tucker interviewed a bunch of them, have said this. So I'm not going to.
Hey, shout out to my man Kingan for sending 100 for 2 jewels and tripling it up too. Appreciate that, my man.
Typecast as Hitler 2.0, all because I disagree with Netanyahu. And the new Trump that's waking up sounds just like me, so I'm vindicated. So Trump should come out and say, oh, turns out Alex Jones was right about Mark Levin and Netanyahu. Turns out Joe Kent was right. Joe Kent said, I love you. I love your administration. It's an honor. I'm resigning 2 weeks into the war because it's going to be a fiasco and it probably isn't going to go well. He was right. But instead, a bunch of Republicans said, let's prove how loyal we are. Let's demonize these people and run them out of the party. I love how Gabbard's taken the high road and hasn't done that. So we need Trump to succeed badly. He is pivoting away from Netanyahu being his brain. That is healthy. Right. We need to win these midterms right now. And that's what I cover. That's what I stand for. Not little sound bites out of context. The liberals all took clips of my show, like 5-second clips, and said, 25th Amendment him. Well, I said, if he does hit him with nuclear weapons or is going to, we have 25th Amendment him. We can't first strike people with nukes. All the studies say Pakistan will hit Israel with nukes. They've said they will. The war games, the Pentagon, I study war games. This is not going to, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. It ain't working. If they could send the mullahs to Mars, if I had a button right now to go, bloop, and free Iran, I'd go, bloop, I'd jump at it. Oh, let me get the button. Okay, I mean, that's that.
I could see Pakistan nuking Israel if Israel was trying to attack Saudi Arabia or something, because they have a defense pact with them. But I don't really see, Pakistan getting too involved with the nuking Israel unless they attack Saudi Arabia. That's it. I don't know. Maybe they have defense pacts with other countries where they might be willing to engage. They might, they are now have Iran, but I'm not sure they'll nuke Israel over Iran. Who knows though? You never know. You never know. But why fuck around and find out? Why we want to find out?
That's what I say, not what they say. I say that's what they do. So I'm a different variety than some of those other folks who I think mean well, but have kind of gone whole hog, because it's like once you start down the path of obsessing on Israel, that's all there is. I'm worried about China. I'm worried about big tech. I'm worried about AI data centers. I'm worried about
Alex, we gotta go. We gotta jump. We almost blew through a hard break right now. Alex, I want to get you back again soon. I know the folks get mad when we do this because they are the folks who watch this show are extremely pro-Trump, and they want to believe everything that he says and does is the right. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, folks. We're adults, we're human beings. Some things are right, but
do they support the new Trump that sounds like me, or the one from a few months ago?
Well, look, I think they support a Trump, and they support Trump and believe in him. And there are a lot of times where I'll say there are certain things about Trump that I disagree with. I still think we're way better off with Donald Trump.
They should hear my show, not just the sound bites.
Tell them where to find your show, Alex. There you go.
AlexJonesLive.com has the audio feeds, the video feeds, the Rumble, the X feeds. Alex Jones Live. The left is coming after after me harder than ever because they know I'm actually trying to make the Republican Party populist and win and truly nationalistic and conservative. I'm America first. I support all our other allies. I just don't support them in the driver's seat. That's the bottom line. Israel needs to course correct. Trump needs to course correct. That's starting to happen. And so I love everybody on the 250th anniversary of America. The left's trying to demoralize us. We're the greatest country on earth, and we need to get back to our values. So I love America.
We got to go,
I
my
love
friend.
this republic, and I want President Trump to be a person that supports America first, and that's where we're going.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you so much. AlexJonesLive.com.
Hi, folks. Doc Bigley here. And today we're going to...
All right. Let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. You know what? Let's talk about the Democrats for a little bit. Let's see what's going on with them. Now, let's see what let's get back over to Fox News and let's see what they're talking about. Because, like I said, just like the establishment Dems, the right is also melting down over this socialist takeover on the left as well. Why? Because I don't think they're so sure that they could beat the Dems in the next election. So they're just like, damn, we might actually have a socialist coming to power. Like, oh shit. Yeah, I know, right? You should have thought about that before you went to war with Iran. You should have thought about that. But all right, though, let's get right into it with this guy, Jesse Waters.
Democrats going to have to swear off Jewish donors to pass a commie purity test because they're.
Yeah, I did hear about that as well. It's like at a certain point, Democrats can't take no pro-Israeli money, no Jewish money, or you're just not going to be aligned with the party values, which is the anti-Israel value that is now really solidified on the left. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I kind of somewhat agree with them on that.
Checking FEC filings. Now, a lot of Jewish Americans don't even back Israel, and their money's still no good. Establishment Democrats don't have the spine to fight for the soul of their party. So the consultants passed out a memo. For now, Democrats are told to play dumb and repeat big tent.
As someone who identifies as a progressive, is this a moment of reckoning for establishment Democrats?
I want us to be a Big Tent party. I've been saying this for years. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing when there's a contest of ideas inside the party.
A contest of ideas about abolishing prisons? How's that a contest? About taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries for kids?
Yeah.
Even NBC was like, these people are vicious.
If you're saying the Democratic Party needs a bigger tent, does that include someone who called a former Democratic president of the United States a rapist?
Yeah, well, I'm not super familiar with that race.
Big tent, play dumb. Repeat. Chevalier even said she wiped her hands on the American flag like a napkin. Is she sorry?
Wiping your hands with the American flag that you have since deleted and acknowledged were divisive. What do you say to voters who are still perhaps concerned and want to understand who you are?
I have always centered the values of justice, of accountability, of human dignity at the core.
I'm sorry, but tell me you're a liberal without telling me you're a liberal, bro. Look at the glass, everything from the glasses, the way she dresses, just like, yeah, I could tell you're a liberal. Like, bro, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just know a lot of liberal women with this exact look.
Or of my organizing. And those are the values that I will bring with me to Congress.
Chevalier went to a pro-Palestinian protest 24 hours after October 7th. She wants to abolish prisons and police. She says she wants to seize the means of production. Oh, and she was a big fan of the North Korean dictator, most importantly because he wasn't white. Listen to this word salad.
But does any of that give you pause?
She fuck with Kim. She fuck with my dog Kim Jong-un. Hold on, man. Shout out to Kim. Shout out to the support that Kim Jong-un has from the Democratic Socialist Party.
Genuinely believe that the gravity and the responsibility of this role has a way of inhabiting you. And I genuinely believe that we have to give people the opportunity to occupy their beliefs within the gravity of becoming a duly elected member of Congress.
Translation, the commies will grow up once they're sworn in. Did Omar?
I'm sorry, but if they run AOC, dog, y'all gonna have like another Kamala Harris. Just a little bit better, not as bad as Kamala, but it's gonna be like another Kamala Harris. Like this girl's not good at communicating. I mean, I guess she's good at yelling on stage about, the oligarchs and all that good stuff with Bernie, but actually having a real conversation about, domestic matters, geopolitical matters, bro, she doesn't really know anything. You could tell.
Did Crockett, did Cori Bush? No.
Salad is amazing.
Fetterman, he's seen enough. He called Chevalier a deeply disturbed individual. The Cajun.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. AOC and Kamala Harris, bro. Wow, bro. Chef's kiss word salad.
Wants to bounce her straight out of the tent.
I don't have anything in common with Miss Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in. I just can't see how she can be part of the same coalition that we all part of. And I understand that, in a coalition, you have to have a lot of slack in your line because not everybody's going to agree with me. But this is just, as they would say, this is a bridge too far.
The Raging Cajun's a relic. He's a Clinton Democrat. Bill Clinton, a white Baptist boy from Arkansas, tough on crime, business friendly, against gay marriage.
Yeah.
The Clinton Democrats are going to get
my type of Democrat, man. Hey, that's my type of Democrat right there. On God, I always do say, bro, it's like Trump. I always do kind of and myself in a way. It's like people call us, oh, you're right wing, conservative, all that. Really, we're just 90s Democrats. Okay, guys, that's all we are. Back when Democrats used to make sense, when it was in the 90s. Shoot, I remember hearing, if you listen to like Chuck Schumer and not Hillary Clinton, but Nancy Pelosi in the 90s, bro, you agree with them way more back then than you do now. I'll tell you that, bro. Completely different people.
Urged first. Then the Obamas and Bidens are next. It's Mondani time.
Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. Yep. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible.
Democrats are treating this guy like he's the Muslim Messiah. ABC's begging him to run for president.
I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
In a few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural-born citizen. You were not born here.
Yeah. Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution?
No.
It would take an amendment, but do you think that
honestly, that's something that should have been expanded in the Constitution? Like the fact that we got congresswomen and all that, congressmen, women that weren't born in this country. Yeah, I'm be real. That's a bit wild to me. Mayors that weren't born in this country, like councilmen. I'm be real with you. I do think you should have to be a natural born citizen of this country to hold any type of prominent position. So it honestly should be expanded past the presidency role or the executive branch role.
we should change that?
No. I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is.
ABC would rather have a president born in Uganda than one born in Queens. They'd rather have a guy who built nothing over a guy who built the New York City skyline. Now, Mondani might not have the power of the presidency, but he has power over the Democrat Party. Schumer and Hakeem's jobs are in his hands. Schumer's toast in 28, toast. And if the Democrats win the House, the Commie Caucus is going to make Hip's life miserable. And when you have a slim margin, few communists can hold everything hostage. Hakeem wants a bill passed? Well, not until he says free Palestine. The Commie Caucus is expanding. Meet Milat Kiros, born in Ethiopia, but naturally running for Congress in Colorado.
Was 9/11 an inevitable consequence for America based on U.S. foreign policy?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East, that forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response.
Yeah, it's true.
And again, just like I said before, our responsibility is to getting rid of those conditions that lead to violence in the first place.
Ms. Kiros says,
I mean, what was wrong with what she said? I mean, what, really? She's a commie? I mean, I ain't gonna lie, she's probably the most reasonable one I heard. I'm being honest with you. I need to hear a little bit more, bro. That wasn't convincing enough for me, Waters. Okay, Jesse, it wasn't convincing enough. She just pretty much said the truth of our situation in the Middle East and how, yeah, our constant conflict in the Middle East did bring 9/11 onto us. Not that we deserved it or anything like that. I'm not going to hit you with the Hassan Piker, but I am going to sit there and tell you the truth that, yeah, due to interference in the Middle East, we did bring on that blowback, which was 9/11. She said nothing wrong, nothing communist about that statement at all.
The law degree, and she's pursuing a PhD. What does she do for a living? She works at a coffee shop. So she's.
So hold on. She's going for a PhD, but right now she works at a coffee shop. I mean, at least she's at least you know she's hardworking. I mean, at least we know that.
Overeducated, underemployed, and is already calling her shot. Watch.
The only way we get Medicare for all passed is by getting rid of the Democrats that are actively standing in that way.
Trump was asked about the commie wave.
But what's wrong with what she's saying? All right, hold on. The last two I agree with you on. They were wilding, but like, what is she saying that's wrong? I mean, bro, you're right. The Democrats promote to go against the corporate agenda to stop corporate, crony capitalism, but they don't. Instead, they play into it even more. They exacerbate it. So she's not lying. I mean, what's wrong with what she's saying?
Here's what he said. Go.
Because it's not socialism, it's really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but it's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat to our nation there is, maybe since our founding. That includes World War I, World War II, September 11th. It includes the Pearl Harbor attack. I think this is the biggest threat to our nation. People will smile when I say that, but the smart people are going to say, you know, he's probably right.
J.D. Vance was on Real Time with Bill Maher this weekend, and Maher said the choice all Democrats have to ask is MAGA or communism.
If this is where they're going, my vote is in play. Okay. And I like to hear that. It actually always has been. Every year. So it's either going to be you or Rubio.
MAGA and communism are on a collision course. The Democratic Party is getting squeezed, and they're not even putting up a fight. This is the new battle.
I mean, here's the thing, though. MAGA is up right now. They have their chance to help out with affordability right now, make the communists irrelevant. But if they don't, then they're only going to make these communists, or basically, well, let's just call them socialists, the Democratic socialists, more and more, well, I'll be real with you, relatable, more and more prevalent. Is like, we're low-key going to sink ourselves if we don't handle affordability. Like, let's just keep it real here. But let's get into more of this Democratic not fluctuation, but Democratic infighting.
In the party.
Well, let's get right into it with CNN. Let's see what they got to say about it.
Democratic discontent. People in the party not so happy with the party, including its leaders. Listen to Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
We need new leadership in the White House, the House, and the Senate. And on both sides of the aisle, that includes Democrats. If people can't understand that the game has fundamentally changed and they can't adapt, then they need to let others lead.
With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. That's pretty direct there. We need new leadership in the Senate, says a Democratic senator. They have a Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, right?
They have a Democratic leader in the Senate in Chuck Schumer, but I think Alyssa Slotkin is channeling Democratic voters on this one because it's no longer the overall electorate that doesn't like Chuck Schumer. Look at this change among Democrats themselves. Chuck Schumer's net favorable rating with Dems now versus the last time Democrats were going for that Senate majority. In early 2020, look at this. Chuck Schumer was 40 points above water, very much on the positive side of the ledger with Democrats. Look at this. Look at this change. This is not Johnny B off on the side going, my goodness gracious. Now he's a point underwater with
this shit, bro.
Democrats. Chuck Schumer isn't unpopular overall.
Yo, Chuck Schumer is cooked. The establishment Dems are done. Numbers in the toilet. Bro, it's over for these guys. Unless you guys come out with another Barack Obama, it's up, bro. The Mandani is going to be the Mandanis that take over. And that's going to be the Democratic Party.
He is that.
And then the establishment Dems are going to try to swim their way over to the right. And then we're just probably going to leave them in the middle somewhere. I ain't going to lie. I don't want them over here.
He's not just that, he's actually not popular with Democrats. Alyssa Slotkin, who's a moderate Democrat, her comments not coming out of left field.
Again, to be clear, this is among Democrats.
This is among Democrats where Chuck Schumer is struggling.
All right, how's he doing among Democrats in New York, his home state?
Yeah, you think that this number is bad. What about here in his home state of New York? I tell you, these numbers scream primary challenge 2 years from now. Look at this. Okay, New York Dems who view Chuck Schumer favorably. Again, in early 2020, it was 75%, 3 in 4 Democrats. Now it is less than half. Less than half of Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state of New York, 47% who view him favorably. This is part of a larger picture in which Democrats are turning against their leadership. They are specifically turning against Chuck Schumer. He is actually underwater nationally with Democrats. And even in his own home state of New York, the Empire State, he can't even reach 50% favorable rating with Democrats.
One of the ways this has manifested itself over the last few weeks is a little bit of a leftward lurch and a rise of progressive Democrats, democratic socialists. We have primaries in Colorado tomorrow, and the potential for some surprises there. I should tell people the incumbent Republican Senator, Michael Bennet, incumbent Democratic Senator,
I know it's so difficult because the numbers are so bad.
I was trying to say the R is running for governor there.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people thought that Bennet would go from the Senate to the governor's mansion pretty easily.
Yeah, that's what the thought was. He was leading in all the early polls, but he had a challenger in Phil Weiser, the attorney general in that state. And look at how these odds have changed. Look at how these odds have changed. Michael Bennet at the beginning of this month, look at this, 82% chance to win according to the Kalshi prediction market. Phil Weiser, just a 21% chance. These numbers have totally flip-flopped. Now it is Phil Weiser who's actually the favorite heading in tomorrow. Michael Bennet, who of course is a longtime senator from the great state of Colorado, is an underdog running for governor. This is how toxic the Democratic brand in Washington, D.C. is, and Chuck Schumer in particular.
And there's a 30-year Democratic incumbent, Diane DeGette, who could be in some trouble there.
It could be in trouble. She is in trouble. I mean, this could be another one for the Democratic Socialists. Look at this. The chance that Mila Kuros is the
and this was the girl that we was just looking at in that Jesse Waters video. That, I'm be real with you, she don't even really sound like a. I'll be real with you. She's a Democratic socialist, but she wasn't really saying anything too crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I gotta hear crazier coming out of her. And I think running in Colorado. Yep, Colorado.
Nominee for Colorado won. Again, at the beginning of the month, it was 41%. Now it is a 78% chance that another Democratic socialist knocks off an incumbent. Another Democratic socialist wins a House primary on the Democratic side. The Democratic socialist number is rising on the Democratic side on the House of Representatives in large part because the Washington, D.C. Democratic brand is toxic. Not just with voters overall, but with the Democratic base in particular. It is a whole new world, and we'll likely see that tomorrow in Colorado as well. Of course, we'll just have to.
Man, whole new world, bro. It's a whole new party, bro. Whole new party. The Democratic Party is getting its socialist makeover. I mean, hey, man, y'all walked yourselves into it. I mean, y'all the ones who invited that camp into y'all tent with some of y'all socialist ideals, and you didn't think it was going to manifest to something a little bit more, I don't know, hardcore socialist. Well, here we are. But all right, let's go ahead and get into it with this video right here. Hold on here. Where is it at? All right, let's get into the Zoran Mandani interview.
Incumbent members of Congress in week. I mean, the election, the candidates you endorsed won down the line, and you knocked off 2 Democratic incumbent members of Congress. Is this like a unique moment in New York, or is this the beginning of a national movement?
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. And I think for far too long, what we as a party have been able to say to New Yorkers who are struggling is simply to explain why they're struggling, not actually offer them a vision for how to make life better. And these candidates, Brad, Daria Lisa, Claire, they ran campaigns that spoke to working people and that said life in the nation's most expensive city need not be this way any longer. And I can't wait to have them as partners in DC in that work.
So do you see yourself endorsing candidates outside of New York, or?
For now, my focus is on this incredible slate of 3 congressional candidates, as well as you said, the 5 candidates I endorsed who ran and won, who are all going to be heading to Albany in the state legislature. But I do think, as you said, it's not just New York City where working people are asking themselves, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I find enough money in my pocket for childcare, no matter how hard I work? And I'm so excited that these incredible soon-to-be Congress members will be helping to lead the fight across the country on making sure that working people are right there where they should be, which is the heart of the conversation.
The reaction from Democrats has been something. You've had some prominent Democrats dismissive of what happened.
I mean, yeah, talking about housing affordability, the main problems in New York, instead of talking about, oh, how I can't wait to win so I could just hop on a jet to Israel. Be real, just gonna give you some favoritism, and that's exactly what Zoran did. This thing, I'm gonna show for Israel. He says, you know what, I'm gonna show for the people of New York, and you gotta respect it. I don't like the way he's going about it. I hate the direction he's going about it, but you gotta respect the message.
Here, I mean, you had Senator Blumenthal say the effort to nationalize New York is going to fail. What happened in New York will be really irrelevant by the time of the elections in November. Hakeem Jeffries basically said the same thing, saying that this is not indicative of what needs to happen in November. What do you make of that?
You know, I think that when you ask Americans what they're feeling in this moment, amidst reports of an economy that's strengthening, of a stock market that's booming, you will hear an exhaustion at having to try and make ends meet every single day, every single week, every single month, and that it's getting harder and harder. And so a message of fighting for working people, we don't have to nationalize that message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. And for far too long, all we've had to say as a party is opposition to the current administration. What do we have to say beyond that? And what these candidates offer.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to super chat it in, or you can send a gift to support the show. Appreciate you guys. And make sure to double tap that screen to like the video or smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, especially if you've been watching longer than 10 minutes. All right, guys, let's get right back into it.
Is a vision that extends beyond the midterms. It extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve. And I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of politics, you can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's resentment. And this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you got Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says, many of us believe, as do I, if you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. I don't know if you've seen this thing.
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto. It's a moderate manifesto saying we are capitalist, not socialist. We believe in a growing, fair, and competitive economy, entrepreneurship, ownership. I mean, this is a direct response. They've made it clear to what you did here on Tuesday.
Well, I mean, you know, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you as the mayor of our city, having received more than 1 million votes, a little less than a year ago. And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races with a vision of what politics should be, and one that actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
I think democratic socialism at the heart is pragmatic. Because if we cannot deliver for working people, then what is this for? I'm not interested in writing a manifesto or, frankly, in reading one.
I don't even know why you got to be a democratic socialist for that to be your stance. Like, let's just keep it real. It's like, bro, you don't got to be a democratic socialist, sit there and actually be for the working class or the American people, or, yeah, the working people. Honestly, that should be the stance of every politician. But let's be real. Most politicians are for the corporations, basically getting lobbied left and right.
In delivering, and that's exactly what we've been showing.
But they're saying that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party for both of these views?
Yes, here I am. Here are so many more. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent. That we have,
though, the moderate Dems got to understand. I'm like, but here's the thing, though. You guys are kind of walking into these pro-socialist policies, or I would say watered down socialism policies. Like, you can't say that it wasn't. And then what you guys think you guys were pushing with that? Oh, healthcare for all, freeze rent, and all this. Eat the rich. Is like, what you think you guys were manifesting there? Well, you didn't think it was going to come to this? Like, surprise. You think you were promoting when you was sitting there with all that anti-rich, anti-capitalist propaganda? Well, you didn't think you were going to shift people towards socialism? Like, come on now. And I'm talking to the moderate Dems too, because some of you do got like slightly watered down socialist policies. And trust me, I'm glad that it's watered down, but you don't see what you guys are kind of doing there. Now you made more hardcore socialists.
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes, even a tent has to stay up.
Yes, so, you know, does it have to stand firmly for these ideas that you're talking about that others are calling dangerous?
I think it has to stand for working people. And I think it has to be willing to fight for working people. And I think that there are some who are offended by the prospect of a party that knows who it fights for and goes every day to work for that. Because what we've seen over many years is a willingness to not only explain away the status quo, but frankly, even to look to benefit from the status quo. And that's not what working people are looking for from our party.
As New Yorkers were going to vote, you said something interesting. You said the race for 2028 starts now, the presidential race. What did you mean by that?
Well, a lot of pundits asked me about this race and what it means and how to think about it. And at the core of Tuesday's results was a message from Democratic voters across the largest city in the United States of America about the kind of politics they want to see. And we know that we oppose the cruelty of the federal administration. What is it that we stand for beyond that?
So you can't just be anti-Trump.
Obviously. You got to have something you are not just willing to stand up for, but that you're also willing to explain how this is relevant to working people. And I think
I low-key respect that. It's like you just can't be anti-Trump. You actually got to have an actual effing plan. The plan just can't be F Trump, poke fun at Trump's plan while not having no plan yourself. It's like it's kind of an asshole move, or a dickhead move. I'll be real with you, but Dems don't understand that. It's like, you know, how could y'all sit there and do all this criticizing of Trump's policies, but don't have no real policies of your own? That's what always irritated me about the Dems. It's like, bro, if you're going to criticize Trump, which is fine, have a plan at least.
It just comes back to the fact that
no, it's literally all we're asking. Like, we're not even asking you to glaze Trump or nothing. We know you ain't doing that. Just have an effing plan.
I'm leading a city that's the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. I could end the sentence there and say that life is great for 8.5 million people, but it's also a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty. And for far too many Americans, those contradictions have become their day-to-day life. And we need a party that's able to recognize the strengths of this economy and understand that it hasn't reached enough people.
Now, you know, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported who won, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chevalier. She said some very controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Darlisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics of life. She would talk about how we have to invest in babies, not bombs. She's now going to represent what is one of the poorest districts in the United States of America. And what people in that district are exhausted by is a politics that has justified the spending of tens of billions of dollars in killing civilians overseas while working people are struggling just to do the basics.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean, do you see how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic? Most of America won't go along with it. Are bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing.
AKA Mandani is saying, look, man, don't focus on her immigration policy. Don't focus on none of that. Just focus on the fact that she's for the workers. That's what we voted her in for. She's not DHS, okay? She's not going to be head of secretary, or she's not going to be the secretary, the Treasury secretary. She's not doing none of that. She's going to be here for the working people. And we're like, okay, we understand, but I ain't going to lie. Her having those stances is a hella concerning. Not really, that concern is not really going to leave me. I'm going to be real with you. And I get it. She's not running immigration. She's not running like the Treasury, but it's still concerning.
And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons? That's not your position.
There are prisons,
Yes.
and what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on, and I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City.
So there was also a take, it's not just Democrats. You probably heard what President Trump had to say about you and about the candidates you supported. And he warned that if socialists win, and he calls you communists, but you will start living in squalor. There'll be no food, no housing, no military, no law and order. There'll be nothing. And he had a few other choice words. By the way, he also said he still likes you. But what do you make of what the Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party?
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered
and he initiated rent freezes. I mean, bro, keeping those promises. I got to keep it real. He keeping those promises, but can those promises be sustained? That's the real question.
65,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why?
Both parties need to focus on that. Both parties need to do a major focus on affordability. Or like I said, they are going to start losing ground to these guys, believe it or not.
Can I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you.
Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves take the lead. And we've seen on Tuesday evening, we saw Democrats turn out in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now, the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. Yeah. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law, to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well? The idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state side by side living in peace?
The way I see it is equal rights for all people.
I mean, look, there's like two ways to tackle that. There's a two-state solution and a one-state solution. The two-state solution is the best one because, you know, for Israel to be Israel, it has to have a Jewish majority, according to them. But a one-state solution, I mean, bro, that means you're going to have to give Palestinians, you know, well, an Israeli passport, give them equal rights, the same rights that natural-born Israelis have. And then, yeah, you pretty much fuse them into Israeli society. And boom, now you got to treat them with, well, equal rights. And the Israelis don't want to do that either. So they don't want to give them their own little state, nor do they want to give them equal rights.
And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel is a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that
But as
preferences...
a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in this city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in this city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been purveyed in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with, I mean, the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressmember Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done it.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you. I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
In a few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural-born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution? It would take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No.
No.
I think the Constitution looks...
I mean, hey, shout out. I agree with you on that one. Like I said, I think it should be expanded to other roles. And I know it would mean that I don't believe that Darl Mandani should be able to even have a mayor position, but that's just me, honestly, just trying to secure loyalty for my country. It's like, I do think that, yeah, if you're born here on this soil, then you could have a prominent position in leadership in this country. If not, then just be happy being a citizen.
It's good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City. But thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35
mortality.
years old. 35 years old. All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Real pleasure.
And all right, let's go ahead and get into these next videos here. Let's do this one first. Ben Shapiro delights in fresh water. Israel sabotaging deal. All right.
This is A8. Let's roll. Ben Shapiro's reaction to Trump bombing Iran.
This is part of a shift that is happening away from the interpretation of this not very good MOU in sort of J.D. Vance fashion and toward a much more Marco Rubio-like foreign policy. The idea is that we're not going to keep overlooking Iranian violence, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz. That's great. It's excellent. And the reason it's excellent is because...
Oh, guys, make sure to support the show with a super chat. Be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. And, if not, make sure to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys, especially been watching over 10 minutes. All right.
You need the credible threat of use of force in order to get the Iranians to even abide by basic terms of agreements. And when you add what just happened in the Strait of Hormuz to the move that was made by Secretary of State Rubio at the behest of President Trump in this deal between Israel and Lebanon, you're starting to see the beginning of a good foreign policy emerge once again in the Middle East. Today, says Secretary Rubio, the governments of Israel and Lebanon made a bold decision to agree to a framework that builds a realistic path out of endless conflict. This agreement establishes a clear and structured process to restore Lebanon's sovereignty, disarm Hezbollah, and dismantle its terrorist infrastructure and enable Israel to return to its borders once that threat to its citizens is removed. Now, again, this is great because what this means is two solid moves in favor of a Middle East that is not built around Iranian power. It is built around limiting and destroying Iran's forward terrorist.
But here's the thing, though. You guys trying to disarm Hezbollah and trying to get rid of Hezbollah is going to cause a civil war in Lebanon. Because, and like I said, a lot of people don't know this, but Hezbollah is more formidable than the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army consists of half Shia Muslims. So how you think that's going to work out? I wouldn't be surprised if part of the Lebanese army is literally working with Hezbollah. And like I said, they are a political group. They do have a voice under Lebanese government in the parliament. So you got to take all that into account before you just say, oh yeah, they got to disarm them. We got to remove them. Like, yeah, how? Because not even the government of Lebanon can do so.
Capacity.
So a couple of things there, Crystal. First, you have Shapiro doing the move where he's comparing the Vance and Rubio foreign policy. You all interviewed Maggie Haberman and John Swan on Friday's show. Worth remembering, of course, they reported in that big New York Times piece around the beginning of the war that both Vance and Rubio were against it, that Rubio privately was saying it was his preference not to go to war at that moment. So it's always interesting to hear that continue to be invoked. But also, I think what you just heard is that Shapiro wants a very different version of the MOU, right? He said very bad MOU. And that's kind of exactly along the lines of what I think ultimately happens is that it falls apart, but it does so in much less high profile fashion. And that's if you're Mark Levin, if you're Ben Shapiro, if you're firmly in the like pro-Israel camp of this, that's kind of what you want to see is the contours that originally came out be gradually changed.
Eroded.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, first we just have to pause and note how the genuine happiness coming off of that man over a return to bombing is worth taking note.
Bro was a bit giddy. It looked like he was literally about to jump out of his tiny little seat he's probably sitting in. He was just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Yep, Trump is finally getting back into war with Iran and Israel could continue bombing innocent Lebanese people. Oh my God, I'm so excited. It's like, oh my goodness, Ben. Oh Lord. Yeah, this guy Ben is crazy.
Quote, Trump is back.
Trump is back. Ben Shapiro is very happy. I'm sure this morning he's less happy now that there's, back to talks and potential ceasefire negotiations. But the joy that people like him and Mark Levin get from an American bombing campaign is something I really cannot relate to. He talks about there, though, this piece with Israel and Lebanon, which is extremely, extremely significant. And of all the potential stumbling blocks, and I think this is part of why he's so happy, of all the potential stumbling blocks that could cause this whole thing to fall apart, there was this new supposed agreement between the U.S. and Lebanon's prime minister and Israel that did not include the significant political player in Lebanon, Hezbollah, which people have to remember is not only a fighting force, they have representatives in government. In fact,
exactly. And a lot of people don't understand that. It's like, bro, you're literally like asking us to remove a political militant force in Lebanon and asking them to disarm when not even the Lebanese army can make them disarm. It's like, that's the sad reality in Lebanon is that, yeah, they are terrorists, but here's the problem though. They're also a political group that has power in their parliament and they have huge support from the Lebanese people. So if we go try to take out Hezbollah, yeah, we're going to cause a civil war, like dead ass. That's going to be a huge problem. And I think that's something that Israel wants to push for is to have the Lebanese people fighting themselves.
the speaker of the Lebanese parliament was very upset by this deal being struck. It has all kinds of provisions in it that really undermine Lebanese sovereignty. So, for example, they're not allowed to pursue any sort of legal action against Israelis for war crimes that they have been committing. And as a result of this deal, there were actually put A11 up on the screen. There were actually protests that broke out in Beirut. With some, significant scenes. There were all these motorcycle groups that occupied the roads. There were some fires that were set. There was some genuine upset and protest over this deal that was struck. We can put A10 up on the screen. This is the Barak Ravid version of what happened here. The U.S. asked Israel for 2 changes in order to secure the deal, including Israeli withdrawal from a village in southern Lebanon, currently under Israeli occupation. Clear statement that this would mark the beginning.
You guys remember, over 1 million people has been displaced out of Lebanon. Lebanese people, but, they're fighting Hezbollah, though. Hezbollah ain't been displaced out of southern Lebanon. They're fighting in southern Lebanon. But the Lebanese people, the innocent Lebanese people, yeah, they're being displaced.
Of a broader process of redeployment out of Lebanon. But notably, just to be clear, we asked for them to leave this one particular village, but put A13 up on the screen. There was a long list of villages that Lebanese citizens still cannot return to and have been, expelled from. And yes, there's...
Damn. Hold on. Hold on. The Lebanese government has handed over the following villages to Israel under its non-militarization agreement. Let's see here. Lebanese citizens can no longer return to their homes and are experiencing a Nakba-like event. Damn, not the Nakba. Pretty much when there was a mass migration of the Palestinians out of their home. done by the Jews. I'm just gonna keep it real with you on that one. But let's see here. Damn, that's like, Jesus Christ. 25, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, over 30 villages. Like, damn.
Some language in here about, oh, Israel should start to withdraw in general, but nothing to fully compel them to do that. Netanyahu, A13, is very happy with how all of this went down. He said that Iran and Hezbollah have no role in Lebanon under the deal, and Israel can maintain their security zone. That is diplomatic speak here for occupation. So his view and what he's selling to the public in Israel in a press conference is that this framework accord with Lebanon allows them to stay in Lebanon, occupying southern Lebanon indefinitely.
Hold on. At a press conference, Netanyahu claimed, and this times of Israel. So yeah, at a press conference, Netanyahu claims framework accord with Lebanon opens door to peace, but lets the IDF address threats, and also says Israel's sending delegation to DC to discuss deal. Whenever I get the full article.
So in any case, this is obviously going to be a major problem for Iran. They've been quite consistent, Emily, from the beginning, that there is no peace deal without including Lebanon. There is upset for the public. There is a possibility, certainly, of even a potential civil war. This, again, is something that the Ben Shapiro's of the world would have no problem with. And I think part of his delight is not just the return to bombing over the weekend, but the seeds of the destruction of this entire deal being planted through this mechanism.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, he basically said that in the clip that we rolled.
Yeah.
He started with the bombing and pivoted directly to Lebanon immediately afterwards. So I think that's absolutely correct. And I think it's probably another sign. Again, we saw this over and over again with the Gaza deal. Like, this is playing out so similarly to how that played out. But what's interesting about that is it really did fade to the background of the media cycle.
Right.
And I think that's what Trump knows.
Well, here's the problem, though, is that the global economy does not depend on Gaza.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely.
And so Iran, I think you're right that may be what he's hoping for.
It's probably why he's now moving towards separating, to the extent that he possibly can, Lebanon and the Iran deal, which the Iranians know they don't want. But that would make sense from his perspective, how he thinks this could play out.
But as long as ships and their insurers do not feel that things are all good to go in the Strait of Hormuz, the economic clock is going to continue to tick.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those calamitous outcomes that Trump was so concerned about, that brought him to what is, by any reasonable measure, a very humiliating memo of understanding and state of affairs, where basically the U.S. has to acknowledge to the world that we lost this war. It was the economic calamity that brought us to that point. All of those pieces continue maybe at a slightly slower pace, but continue to ramp up the pressure. Where Strategic Petroleum Reserve is reaching bottom of the barrel, there's only so much that China is going to be able to save us. They really curtail.
Yeah, low key though. And what she means by China saving us is that, yeah, guys, China pretty much cut off 40% of their imported oil to, lessen the demand on the oil supply. AKA, they were pretty much keeping prices artificially lower by not, taking in 40% of their imports of oil. And they can't do that forever, obviously. And we can't hold out forever because we only got 4 weeks of our strategic oil reserves left. Yeah, so two superpowers were pretty much trying to hold down energy prices, and we're kind of running at our end.
Their imports of oil and gas. That's part of how we were able to get to this point. And so if you continue to have a situation where it's unstable and you do not have the Strait of Hormuz open in the way that it was before, then it's going to be very hard to keep Iran on the back burner forever. It's different from Gaza in that regard. I mean, that's why you can unfortunately kick Gaza off the front pages and get people to pay attention to other things. But Iran has demonstrated they have this powerful economic weapon, and that's something that's hard to push in the background.
Totally. It's sort of in the same way I think he saw Venezuela and got this hubris about Iran based on that. It's not that it's necessarily an accurate reading of the situation, but I think it fueled his sense of kind of arrogance about what would be able to be accomplished. And if it's not clear from everything we've just run down, nobody is out of the woods on this. Like, this is not really a ceasefire.
I ain't gonna lie. One thing I'd have told Trump, I'm like, Soto, you're trying to compare this to Venezuela. Bro, tell me what major pathway Venezuela can control right now. They can. We have complete dominance in our hemisphere. We don't got complete dominance all the way over there in the Middle East. Like, we don't have that. We don't even got escalation dominance over there in the Middle East when it comes to Iran. But we had all the dominance in the world when it came to Venezuela. So it's just two different like countries, two different scenarios, two different realities. And I ain't gonna lie, trust me. I was all hoorah, fuck yeah, America with Venezuela as well. But let's be real. I was never foolish enough to think that Venezuela was going to turn out like Iran, or Iran was going to be the next Venezuela. I'm sorry. I was not foolish enough to think that.
Obviously, we've seen that pretty clearly over the last couple of weeks. But even the MOU itself is on enormously shaky ground. Whether anything, I mean, yes, they signed the points and all of that, but whether the 60-day nuclear conversation is even able to happen in this context, they can keep having the meetings. They can keep going to Qatar. They can keep going to Switzerland if they end up back there. But it doesn't really mean much unless ships are able to keep going through the Strait of Hormuz. And so far, we haven't seen that.
That is exactly right. But to your point, I think Trump, he doesn't really want to have to deal with this anymore. No. He has other things on his mind, Emily.
Well, he doesn't want to keep hearing the candidates that are actually campaigning and trying to keep their seats chirping at him about gas prices. So he wants to get that out of the way. And to your point, Crystal, focus on the beautiful celebration of America's 250th birthday. Boy, do we have some clips for you.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get...
Well, all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. You know what? Let's do this one on the Strait of Hormuz. No, actually, let's do this. Trump sees 3 losses, but 1 massive win in the last Supreme Court battle. All right, let's get right into it with CNN. I did want to make sure I covered this. Whoops-a-daisy. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And subscribe.
Handed down 2.
And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. But once again, make sure to support the stream with a super chat or a gift.
Yes, 2 key decisions on presidential power and the firing of people from government agencies. Justice has ruled that...
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Kingan for sending a thumbs up and also for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Did it about like 4 or 5 times. Appreciate that.
President Trump does not have the constitutional authority to fire Lisa Cook, a governor from the Federal Reserve Board.
But the court backed the president's power to terminate Rebecca Slaughter, a Democratic appointee to the Federal Trade Commission. This ruling grants more presidential power over federal.
Well, that's because I'm be real with you. The Federal Reserve was always supposed to stay outside of the power of the president. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not supposed to be controlled by the president. And that's just the sad reality of the Federal Reserve. And it's not controlled by the president. The people is honestly completely unaccountable, which is why it needs to be removed. But that's a whole other debate. But yeah, there's a reason why the Supreme Court won't allow him to touch nobody in the Fed, because it's supposed to remain outside of the government, well, the president's control. But the FTC commissioner, oh yeah, that's well within my man's jurisdiction, so he can get her up out of here.
Federal agencies that are considered independent. It overturns 90 years of precedent. CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed is right outside the Supreme Court. So Paula, walk us through the significance of these decisions today.
Pamela, these are such incredibly significant decisions. In many ways, these will be some of the defining opinions of the Roberts Court, because they get to this question that has been hanging over the second Trump term, which is, are there any limits to his ability to fire federal officials? And here they give us some insight. While President Trump and his lawyers believe in something called a unitary executive theory, and that the executives should be able to fire anyone they want, any way they want, here the justices put a few limits on that. In the one case, they ruled, and it's a really interesting group that was in this majority opinion. It's Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and the 3 liberals all ruled that he cannot fire an official in the Federal Reserve without going through a process, giving that individual an opportunity to respond, that there are some limits on his power when it comes to firing officials at that agency. Now, that is one that...
Okay, it hinges on Trump firing of Lisa Cook, ruling Cook can stay on the job while she challenges firing. So, AKA, damn. I mean, not every job you can challenge a firing. God bless you got one like that. Presidents are required to show case before firing Fed leadership. Yeah, because, like, let's be real. The Fed is supposed to be able to operate somewhat outside of the government. I mean, that's why once Trump pretty much picks a Fed, he can't fire that guy for the next 10 years. It's like that goes to show how much power the Fed low-key got outside of our our government system. Because think about it, nobody can really check them. I mean, the Treasury can't check them. I mean, the executive branch, legislative branch can't really check them. It's like, it is a bit of a concerning thing that we got with the Fed. I ain't gonna lie.
Has, of course, always been recognized as being independent of the White House. But in a separate case, when it comes to an employee at the Federal Trade Commission, that he does have the power to fire that individual because that is within the executive branch. And again, this is a significant decision because it's sort of drawing out the contours of the extent of his power to try to reshape the federal government through these mass firings. Now, President Trump wasn't clear how he was going to react to these decisions. And it's been a pretty mixed day for him overall at the court. But he described this as, quote, a big win.
I want to bring in our chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupic, right now. Joan, like Pamela, Paula, you were inside the court when these decisions came down. Give us a little sense of how that felt.
Sure, Wolf. It's good to see you. The most important thing the justices did today was in the case involving Rebecca Slaughter of the Federal Trade Commission. Chief Justice John Roberts and the conservative majority used that decision to roll back nearly a century of legal policy about the president's power to remove the heads of regulatory agencies. Now, in some ways, this is going to sound kind of dry and arcane, but regulatory agencies are so important for how Americans live their lives. They cover rules for, medical, health, nuclear power. In this case, it's the Federal Trade Commission that was at issue. And we're talking about, safeguarding consumer practices, antitrust issues. So that gives you a sense of all that's at stake. But this court, for many, many years, has really not appreciated the congressional power to set these up and set up independent heads that the president can only remove for what's called for cause. That would be if somebody was actually found guilty of some sort of malfeasance or ineffectiveness in office. And that's what happened to Rebecca Slaughter. She was an appointee who had many more years left on her term. But President Trump, when he came into office, said he wanted to remove her. He wanted the power to do that. And the Supreme Court has used that case to say, yes, President Trump can remove Rebecca Slaughter, even though her term's not up, a Democratic appointee, and he can do that at the multitude of other independent agencies that at one point.
Within our government, underneath these branches of our government, he can. And the FTC falls under that. So there's the FCC. But you know what doesn't fall under that? The Fed. Because it's supposed to be able to operate outside of the executive branch, judicial branch, and the legislative. I mean, even the legislative barely has any control over the Fed. Let's be real.
As I said, Congress had set up to be.
Well, my bad, the judicial, because I mean, look at the Supreme Court. They're able to kind of dictate. Honestly, not even really dictate. They kind of just solidified. And what I've always been saying about the Fed, that nobody can really check these guys. Not even the president can fire somebody on there. Like they're tooth and nail pulling on that one. He's like, well, you got to have a damn good reason. I mean, like, bro, he's supposed to be running this damn country. I mean, why can't he have a say so on who's in the Fed? And I wouldn't be mad if this was Obama, Biden. I really don't care. I do feel like the president should have a say in that. Like left, right, don't matter.
Independent, to not be under the pressure of the president. That was a 6-3 decision. And after the chief, who has had a special project here in trying to give the president much more robust power to not just hire people, but to fire. Justice Sotomayor then read her dissent from the bench, and she said, this can go in one of two directions. This can give, it can give the president.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next subject with this one.
Across the country. Wolf.
All right, Joan Biskupic, thank you very, very much, Paula.
I want to go over to Paula Reed now because there was another big ruling today where justices rejected a Republican challenge to a Mississippi law that allows the counting of some mail-in ballots days after Election Day. So it's certainly a blow to President Trump and his efforts, Paula, to reduce mail-in voting ahead of the midterm elections.
That's exactly right. And Pamela, I really do think this is one of the biggest cases of the term. And it's notable that it came out against the Trump administration because they've been arguing that if the law says that the election has to be held the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Ballots cannot be counted if they come in after that. And this was sort of a test case. If they were able to succeed here and limit those ballots from being counted, it was expected that they could potentially go on to challenge other forms of voting, not exactly on election day, in-person voting, those kinds of things. So it's notable here that they lost, and the state of Mississippi, which does allow the counting of mail-in ballots, if they arrive after Election Day, as long as they are postmarked by Election Day, that state won, because this is something that is also done in roughly a dozen other states. So this is a really significant case, because we were watching this closely to see if the Trump administration prevailed in this case, where else could they try?
I mean, goddamn, after Election Day? Hold on, mail-in ballots after Election Day. I mean, it is what it is, but that just sounds sus. I mean, it doesn't really, like, why are we counting votes that coming in after Election Day? You know what? People have their situations, so I understand. But I can see why they'd want to get rid of that. I can definitely see why.
To go to limit those voting opportunities. So this is a significant loss for the Trump Justice Department.
There was also something else that happened.
Considering that Trump used mail-in ballots himself, it's a pretty hard argument for MAGA to kind of go with. Like, oh, we should have took that out. You know, as much as I agree with you, some people do need it. There's people who actually do need it. And after election, even after Election Day is a bit wild, though. Like, why after Election Day? I'm not gonna say there's a underlining duplicitous reason that we can substantiate, but hey, it is weird.
The High Court this morning, the Supreme Court declining to hear President Trump's appeal in the E. Jean Carroll sexual abuse case. So what does this mean for the president?
Well, this means that the one of two E. Jean Carroll cases is over, right? There were two verdicts people will remember for defamation, and one of the cases involved alleged sexual assault. The verdict that came out for $5 million has now been upheld. It's over. Donald Trump has to pay E. Jean Carroll $5 million because the Supreme Court declined to take the case. They had actually postponed their decision whether they would take it or not for something like 13 or 14 or 15 times. And then today they said, we are not taking the case. Not surprising. It doesn't have a real constitutional dimension. Therefore, the lower court ruling and the verdict, the $5 million.
It was civil court. You're asking them to overturn a civil. All right, come on, Trump. Go to appeal or something. But like civil court, and you're trying to make the Supreme Court handle this, I'd see why they'd turn it down. It's like, dog, this wasn't even done in criminal court. Maybe criminal court, they'd take it on, but civil court, no.
$1 million verdict stands. Donald Trump has to pay that to E. Jean Carroll. We still don't know what's going to happen with the other case, which resulted in the $80 million verdict. That's still going through the appeals process. But Donald Trump does now have to, like it or not, he has to cut a check to E. Jean Carroll. There's nothing he can do about it.
We have had quite a number of announcements in just the past hour. I want to turn first, though, to perhaps the biggest one, which is the court's decision on the Federal Reserve and Lisa Cook, certainly one of the biggest ones. So what we have here is SCOTUS rejecting President Donald Trump's attempt to immediately fire Lisa Cook, but in a separate ruling, actually expanding the president's power to fire officials, overturning here nearly a century-old precedent. So, look, Ankush, Lisa Cook aside here, is this in essence an expansion of the president's powers?
Oh, yes, this is an extraordinary expansion of the president's powers. And I would flip the order of how
honestly, they're kind of framing it wrong. Honestly, just an establishment of the president's power. They're not really expanding anything because, like I said, the Fed has always been able to operate outside of the executive branch. Because think about it. I mean, he couldn't fire Powell even if he wanted to. Like, once you put the Fed in, he's there for 10 years. And even if the president wants him gone, he cannot get the Fed chair gone. That should let you know how much the Fed can operate outside of the executive branch and other branches as well. So, like, let's be real. We knew that was going to be a ruling. Well, at least I did. Now, the FCC, or the FTC, that absolutely makes sense. I'll be honest with you. It really does.
Think about these cases. I would start with the case involving the Federal Trade Commissioner, because that basically stands now for the proposition that a 90-year-old case that allowed for independent agencies to be created by Congress has been overruled. And the president now has wide-ranging power, it seems, to fire appointees of these what were supposed to be independent bodies at will. And so this was how the American regulatory state has been structured for many, many years. Republicans and conservatives have wanted to overturn that structure for decades. So this is a major, major victory for the Republican Party, their policy agenda, their anti-deregulatory agenda, and conservative legal activists. The Lisa Cook case represents what I would describe as an exception to that extraordinarily broad power that they've now given Trump. But it's a narrow exception. It appears to apply just to the Federal Reserve. The Supreme Court conservatives claim that this distinction is based on the history of the Constitution. I don't find that credible. I think this was largely driven by policy considerations and the extreme chaos.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on here. Let's get to this Warfront video. Does Iran own the Strait of Hormuz? Let's go ahead and get right into it. Shout out to Warfronts. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you're feeling the channel, man, go ahead and subscribe to it. Also, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud. And of course, post it to the top of the screen. Just send in a super chat, Rumble Rant, or Venmo, guys. All right, back to it.
The tricky thing about agreements and ceasefires in the Middle East is that they're not exactly known for their shelf life. So when the 14-point memorandum of understanding was signed between the United States and Iran a few weeks ago, we weren't exactly holding our breath on how long it was going to last. As it turns out, didn't last long at all, at least in terms of keeping the two sides from launching strikes on each other. As a kind gesture to ensure that the Warfronts team had a working weekend, the latest rounds of attacks kicked off on Thursday, firing at a civilian ship transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. That happened to set off an American response, which of course led to an Iranian response to that, and it was downhill from there, wasn't it? By late Sunday, the two sides had agreed to stop shooting at each other, at least for now, pending further talks on Tuesday in Qatar. But 2 weeks into this supposed ceasefire, the agreement that was supposed to end the Iran war is showing some serious strain, and it's anyone's guess just how much more it can take before it gives way completely. New management. Okay, so what went wrong here? Well, the agreement reached between the United States and Iran included unprecedented US concessions to Iran, particularly in regard to a sum of $300 billion that would make its way to Tehran as part of a broader internationally funded reconstruction package. That package included sanctions relief, the unlocking of over $100 billion additional dollars in frozen Iranian assets, and then some. So you'd think it would be all celebrations in Tehran, right? Well, not quite. We have 2 full episodes here on Warfronts breaking down what exactly is in the US-Iran agreement. But today's story, instead, focuses on what wasn't in the deal and how that's come right back to bite the wider world as the Strait of Hormuz remains more or less closed. So, when Iran began to fire on cargo vessels last week, hitting the bridge of a ship called the Ever Lovely name, it was just too much for the US. Remember, the entire reason that America had signed the MOU with Iran in the first place was to get Hormuz back open. Making all of these concessions and still having to deal with Iranian fireworks flying through the strait afterwards wasn't in the cards. The US struck limited targets along the Iranian coast, including 4 missile and drone storage facilities along the strait on Keshem Island. Tehran, of course, couldn't take this lying down, so they fired back, this time targeting US positions in Bahrain the following day. Once the dust settled, things were beginning to look like they might smooth over until Saturday, when Iran did it again. That time, they struck a Panamanian-flagged vessel, the Kiku, and another round of back and forth went off in the same order. The US struck Iran, harder this time, and Iran hit back on regional targets, harder this time too. The whole MOU framework was starting to look like it was spiraling out of control until late Sunday night when the two sides reportedly agreed to call the shooting quits and engage in more talks on Tuesday in Qatar. The subject of these talks was originally supposed to be the whole nuclear question, ostensibly the reason that Washington launched their war against the Islamic Republic in the first place. The MOU gives that process a 60-day time frame, though it does include the ability to extend it indefinitely if both sides agree. Now, given that we're 2 weeks into this deal and still stuck on the basics of the MOU itself, we'll take the over on that 60-day extension. Right now, the two sides are stuck on a pair of intractable issues: Israel's operation inside of Lebanon and the status of the strait. We'll revisit the Lebanon front in just a moment, but when it comes to Hormuz, it's the lack of clarity in the MOU that's been haunting the two sides. The MOU is only 14 points, and when you compare it to the length of the original Iran deal, the J.C. Power's 159 pages of details, the daylight between the two sides starts to become more clear. While the original Iran deal did have the nuclear components taking up the majority of that space, this MOU remains short, to say the least. Ever since Tehran closed the Strait of Hormuz back on the 2nd of March, they've made it clear that the status quo of years gone by, where the body of water was treated as an international waterway, was over. And while Hormuz is an international waterway, according to globally recognized maritime law, Iran has long understood on paper that under the right circumstances it could be closed down. Then, throughout the course of the recent war, Tehran discovered just how easy it was to actually close this thing and learned all about the leverage that Iran could exert. Control of that waterway is a hell of a drug, and we don't expect Iran to give it up anytime soon. The regime has since been trying to exert maximum control over Hormuz, primarily by advertising their intention to charge tolls, which they're calling service fees, which means, of course, that they're totally different from tolls, right? The service that they would be providing, by the way.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. They changed the service fee because they're saying, oh, yeah, we're going to service you through the strait and you're going to give us, compensation for that. So, yeah, pretty much, we're going to serve you by helping you go through the strait and not shooting at you.
Is a promise not to shoot at you. It's a protection racket, except the men responsible prefer to be called the Ayatollah instead of the Godfather. But given just how much coastline Iran controls along the waterway and how easy it is to shoot cheap Shahhead drones at largely defenseless cargo ships, the protection racket is difficult to actually avoid.
I'm weak though. The Godfather is like, you got a nice vessel there. It's like, we wouldn't want anything to happen to it. So, we got this little passage here. You pay this little service fee and we'll make sure your goods get through the strait. You feel me? Because you got such a nice little vessel.
The international community has tried to push back. Iran sits on one side of Hormuz with Oman on the other, and Muscat hasn't seemed too willing to jump in on this whole providing services bandwagon. Both of the ships that were shot at by Iran were transiting through lanes that hugged the coast of Oman, basically a way to say, keep me as far away from that guy as possible. To Iran, this is a threat to their continued control of the strait. If this whole toll booth system is going to work, they either need Oman on board or they need to be able to consistently strike ships in Omani waters to ensure that those ships will be willing to pay, which has left just about everyone in the region asking the same question. Is there any way around this thing? Now, before we get into the different ways that Hormuz could be avoided, we want to take a quick moment to tell you about our new subscriber site, Fronts.co. It's where we go much more in-depth than we can do here, $2 a year. That's Fronts.co. All roads lead to Hormuz. When it comes to doing business, if you don't like the way one company is doing the job you hired them for, then you retain your right to seek an alternative elsewhere. Try and project that dynamic onto the Strait of Hormuz, the general consensus.
Just like that vessel did. It's like, oh, well, I don't want to pay the service fee, so let me try to go through this other way that, I don't got to pay a service fee. And what did Iran do? Fire at them. AKA pretty much saying, no, you don't got another option. You could pay this service fee, maybe go through there yourself, but you're going to go through here and you're going to pay that service fee. And that's Iran's attitude right now.
Under the new Iranian management would be a resounding 1-star review. Unfortunately for the countries in the region and those who depend on shipping coming from the region, an alternative to Hormuz isn't quite as easy as just picking up and going somewhere else. That's very much what Iran is betting on. For some of the Middle East's most oil-rich countries, their only coastline is the Persian Gulf. That includes Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. The Gulf, by the way, only has one exit into the open ocean, Hormuz. The United Arab Emirates has a bit of coastline outside the strait, but it hasn't done much good. Iran has proved that it's entirely willing to hit the one major Emirati export terminal in that area. That's not to say there haven't been efforts to try and address the problem. Notably absent from the list of Gulf-dependent countries is Saudi Arabia, which is geographically blessed to have its west coast situated along the Red Sea, bypassing Hormuz entirely. Riyadh does need the Persian Gulf for the bulk of its exports, but not all of them. Meanwhile, Iranian claims to control Hormuz are far from.
But here's the problem, though. And here's the thing. We're kind of lucky Iran didn't set this off, but the Houthis could have closed down the Red Sea if they wanted to. Remember, we're talking about the Houthis that bankrupted a port in Israel. So you don't think they could have did the same thing over here in Saudi Arabia and closed down the Red Sea with Iran's help? Like, remember, these guys got missiles, too.
Bulk of its exports, but not all of them. Meanwhile, Iranian claims to control.
If you don't know, go back to the map. Yes, these guys over here in Yemen. Believe over here in, what was it, Western Yemen? Yeah, that's west side. Yeah, west side Yemen.
Need the Persian Gulf for the bulk of its exports, but not all of them. Meanwhile, Iranian claims to control Hormuz are far from a new invention. They actually predate the Islamic Republic itself, going back to the days of the Shah. So it wasn't exactly a surprise that Iran reached for this weapon at the outset of the most recent war. Back in the 80s, Saudi Arabia began building a massive pipeline that spans across most of the country, running from the east, in the Persian Gulf, all the way to the western coastal city of Yanbu on the Red Sea. But that pipeline only sounds so helpful until you begin to dive deeper into the details. It is a useful tool for Riyadh to have, and has certainly been relevant throughout this conflict, while the rest of the region looked on with envy. But it's hard to overstate just how much oil actually flows through Hormuz on any given day. Before the war, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 million barrels of oil, roughly a fifth of the world's supply. This pipeline, meanwhile, can only send, at absolute maximum, somewhere in the vicinity of 7 million barrels. And remember, it's not like this thing was sitting empty before the war. While the Saudis have been using it at full capacity since Hormuz closed, it realistically only added about 3 million barrels a day to what they had been piping west before. This partial relief is only complicated further by the geography of where Yanbu itself sits. Ships are free to sail north through the Suez Canal, where they can exit into the Mediterranean and then the broader Atlantic. But for those headed south or east, things are right back to square one. There's another strait on this side of the Arabian Peninsula, this time off the coast of Yemen, called the Bab el-Mandeb, and the part of Yemen that sits on that coastline just happens to be under the control of the Houthi rebels, who are an ally of Iran. So it's not exactly difficult to see them closing or at least restricting the strait if needed on behalf of Tehran if push came to shove. While they haven't done so throughout this war, they did have a similar idea back in 2023 after the war kicked off between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Throughout the course of that war, the Houthis regularly attacked shipping through the strait. According to ACLED data, they tried to hit well over 100 ships between late 2023 and 2024, including dramatically storming the Bahramanian-flagged ship, the Galaxy Leader, and outright sinking a total of 4 vessels. While they weren't as well equipped as the IRGC, they still had a huge impact. At the height of the Houthi campaign, container transits through the Bab el-Mandeb were down as much as 90%, and while they have recovered from the lows of early 2024, they still haven't returned to pre-war levels. If the Red Sea isn't going to work, then the Emiratis might seem as though they've got you covered through a pipeline that runs from their territory in Abu Dhabi to their port in Fujairah. That's the aforementioned terminal that sits on the Gulf of Oman, bypassing Hormuz without feeding into any other strait. But the problem is that the existing lines to Fujairah move less than 2 million barrels a day, less than a third of Saudi Arabia's already insufficient pipeline capacity. While the UAE has fast-tracked an expansion project, it's not set to be finished until sometime in 2027. When it does come online, the combined bypass between them and the Saudis is going to be somewhere in the low single-digit millions of barrels a day, still well short of where it would need to be to serve as a real workaround for Hormuz. To make matters even worse, both pipelines are a very easy target, especially in the case of Saudi Arabia. Their pipeline literally spans the entire country, meaning it's a sitting duck for a drone attack. That might sound outlandish for Iran to outright destroy a neighbor's energy infrastructure even after major hostilities have come to an end. But you have to keep in mind the importance that Hormuz has taken on for the Iranian leadership. Any effort to take that leverage away is going to be read as something close to an existential threat to Tehran, which has already demonstrated little restraint in attacking its neighbors. And while Tehran claims to be largely targeting US military bases and infrastructure, its track record suggests it takes a far more liberal interpretation of what constitutes a legitimate target. From hotels in Dubai to apartment high-rises in Bahrain to energy infrastructure in Qatar, they really were not holding back. It shouldn't be taken as a given.
Bro, their explanation for striking those high-rise hotels, they're trying to say that, oh, well, CIA assets in the USA live over there. I was like, come on, bro, really? Really? You sure you're just saying send a drone at that high-rise because if y'all felt like it, you sure?
That Tehran would destroy the pipelines, but it can't be ruled out either. After the Russia-Europe pipeline Nord Stream 2 was blown up a few years ago, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk famously weighed in that the problem with the pipeline wasn't that it was blown up, but that it existed in the first place. Applied to...
I mean, is anybody else laughing at the fact that the Prime Minister of Poland name is Donald Tusk? Like, come on, that is kind of funny.
To this situation, it's not hard to imagine the Islamic Republic thinking that Tusk might have been onto something. But while Tehran was busy tightening its grip on Hormuz, it might just have lost ground somewhere else entirely. A new deal. While Hormuz was dominating headlines over the weekend, Iran suffered its first strategic setback in some time. In Lebanon, Tehran has consistently expressed that nothing short of a full Israeli withdrawal from the country, which hosts Iran's paramilitary ally Hezbollah, would be sufficient in terms of complying with the Memorandum of Understanding. Israel, meanwhile, occupies a large and growing share of southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah is historically at its strongest. The Lebanese government has been trying to avoid a situation where Iran would be negotiating on its behalf. Instead, Beirut has been engaged in its own negotiations with Israel, much to the chagrin of both Hezbollah and Iran. On Thursday, a preliminary deal was agreed between Beirut and Jerusalem in what could be a breakthrough. On Friday, they signed a framework agreement in Washington, D.C. that clears.
Now, this deal did not go anywhere. Why? Because it did not include Hezbollah. The Lebanese government have no control over Hezbollah because Hezbollah not only a militant force, but also they are part of their parliament. So they actually have a good hold in parliament. So, AKA, you can't remove Hezbollah without starting a civil war or at least a political war. And here's a problem too. The Lebanese army can't disarm Hezbollah. Why? Because Hezbollah is more formidable than the Lebanese army. I mean, it wasn't the Lebanese army that beat the IDF 2 times. It was Hezbollah.
Is the way for a very gradual phasing out of the IDF in Lebanon's south, replacing them with the Lebanese Armed Forces, or LAF. The first phase of this deal will see Israeli forces leaving 2 so-called pilot zones, into which the LAF would take over and finish clearing out any leftover Hezbollah fighters or weapon stashes. Lebanese media reported that these 2 initial zones comprise areas north and south of the Litani River. Upon further inspection and verification by the United States, these areas would gradually expand until Israel is fully withdrawn from the country. The US has also committed funds to help rebuild the country, which has seen some $20 billion or more in damages since the start of this war in early March. The US will also take on a more active role in training the Lebanese armed forces. Before anyone calls this a success and decides that peace has now been established, there are still some concerns that have yet to be addressed. One of the biggest issues, much like with Hormuz, is that the path from point A to point B hasn't actually been worked out, and there are a lot of open questions around what, if anything, is supposed to happen now. There is no timeline provided in this deal, essentially letting Israel maintain its occupation in the Lebanese south for as long as it would like to stay. That in particular has proven to be a massive issue for Hezbollah's political allies, namely the Speaker of Lebanese Parliament, Nabir Berri, who raised the concern that Israel could simply select areas they have struggled to capture or control, send in the LAF to do the job for them, and not really make any concession. On Sunday afternoon, Berry came out publicly, opposed the deal, saying that it is, quote, impossible to implement. While the deal does not...
Yeah, it is. Like I said, he's saying, you guys want us to disarm Hezbollah? Like, yeah, we can't do that. It's like, bro, Hezbollah is the leading military force in Lebanon. I mean, yeah, not done. And it acts in, like I said, it has power inside the government as well. So that's even harder to do. I mean, like, bro, trying to disarm a militant group with political power that's celebrated by the people in Lebanon, not all of them, but a good amount of them. I mean, that's a bit hard, guys. That's a bit hard. I know I'm saying it's impossible, but damn near impossible.
Need to go through parliament. Berry is the leader of the only other Shiite party in the country besides Hezbollah. The fact that he is opposed, while perhaps not entirely surprising, is nevertheless not encouraging for the deal's long-term chances of success. Indeed, protests broke out almost as soon as the deal was announced in Beirut, and a Hezbollah source reportedly said that the deal will lead to a civil war in Lebanon. The group is somewhat infamous for threatening civil war whenever the...
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. That's been the political analysis across the board. It's like, if you're gonna disarm Hezbollah, you're gonna cause a civil war. Because there's people in Hezbollah that don't want Hezbollah to disarm. And also considering how much charity Hezbollah do for the Lebanese people.
Lebanese state moves against it, and there's a bit of a boy who cried wolf dynamic here.
Still a terrorist group, by the way, but I mean, like I said, man, one man freedom fighter, well, one man terrorist, another man freedom fighter. It'd be like that. The duality in the world is crazy.
Hezbollah are not afraid to flex their muscles when they believe that they need to, but the group is an absolute shell of its former self in terms of military readiness. That's after not one, but 2 wars with Israel in the last 2 years, degrading the group sufficiently that large-scale nationwide mobilization seems ambitious. Regardless of how this new arrangement does or perhaps doesn't work out, it still flies completely in the face of the Iranian leadership and compromises Tehran's attempt to dictate Lebanese foreign policy in recent negotiations. What Beirut can't afford is for this whole process to be slow. The government has gone way out on a limb in signing a deal that Hezbollah is basically calling treason. They've already called for the prime minister's resignation, and the last PM who even thought about negotiating with Israel was assassinated by Hezbollah for that offense. Over 1 million Lebanese are still displaced from their homes in the south, so every week that this framework stalls on verification issues, withdrawals, or other hang-ups is a week where the Lebanese government has precious little to show for the compromises they made. So
literally, it's like, bro, the Lebanese government's in the worst position. It's like you can't really tell the Hezbollah to disarm when they're literally defending southern Lebanon. And they're defending the Lebanese people that you guys aren't defending, that you're letting Israel do whatever the F they want with. And you're over here trying to work a deal with these guys? Yeah, that's kind of why a lot of people in Lebanon are considered them traitors, not just Hezbollah.
When we zoom all the way out, we're left with various deals that all seem to have their own problems. The one governing Iran hasn't stopped the shooting, hasn't opened the strait it was designed to, and is drawing serious questions about its underlying ambiguities, where problems are cropping up faster than either side seems able to address without striking one another. Tuesday's talks in Doha are set to tell us where things will go from here, but we're still left asking the biggest question of all. What's going to be the next thing to go wrong? Thank you for watching.
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and call it a night on this one, man. I feel like I done covered almost everything. I guess we'll get into some of the other stuff tomorrow that I had lined up for tonight, but we didn't hit that 4-hour mark, guys. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen on your way out. Appreciate the support. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. And hit that bell so you get all the notifications for when I drop a short video or the next time I go live. All right, guys, I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!